Education Committee will be reconvening in 15 minutes in hearing room 1E or via Zoom. The Education Committee will be reconvening at 11:15 in hearing room 1E or via Zoom.
you want to speak to that woman?
You need some more nappies?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm germophobic.
What did you ask me?
Did you ever speak with that woman that had made the comments about Newtown, about her child being put in the ambulance and all that crap?
I,
On seclusion and restraint.
oh, yeah, I, never,
Okay,
they never got with me.
okay. I just was curious.
No, they
Okay.
never, that family, I did send them a note and I didn't.
Because I
anything.
checked with EMS, there is no way in hell a child would ever been put in the ambulance alone at that.
No, not, well, not in my schools.
Madam Clerk,
Yeah.
Being a little callous, but,
I don't know if they know the mics are all on because we're hearing all of their chatter.
Totally off target.
whatever.
We'll get going in just a moment, folks. We appreciate your patience.
This Wi-Fi is real.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Education Committee to order. I just want to again thank everyone for their patience as the committee continued to work through our final language for today. And I use final with an asterisk as a quick reminder to folks that today is simply just nothing is ever just. Today is only a JF meeting and that the work will continue past today's meeting on a number, if not all of these bills. So please ensure that you are part of that discussion if you would like to be, and so that we can get the best product possible for the floor, for that debate, discussion, and ultimately that final vote. Before we get into the agenda, I'll open this up to my co-chair for comments.
I am so excited. and
Take it,
happy-
bud.
Oh, you didn't miss the button. Oh, but you-
We're at that.
I am so excited and happy to be here this morning so we can do the work of the people, and everything Jeff said, again, I agree with and understand just is not just. This is our JF deadline. And as you all know, who've been here for a while, nothing is final until it hits the floor. So all these bills might have some more work to be done with. So these are the important bills that this committee feels though that are important to be moved out of here. And I hope that we can work together and make that happen. And if we need to, before any of these bills hit the floor, continue to have further conversation to make sure everyone is in a good, comfortable space of understanding what we're trying to do here as an education committee. We'll take care of that also.
Thank you so much, good sir. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to welcome everyone. Thank you for your patience today. We have a very extensive agenda, so we'll get to it. And I echo the comments of my two good chairs here that these bills will require further work going out, and we're interested in collaborating with all the interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Berthel.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see everyone. And I would echo without repeating all of what has been previously said. It is a long agenda. There are some questions that will be asked. I would remind everyone that for both sides of the aisle that a no vote on a bill coming out of committee does not necessarily indicate a total ambivalence to the bill or lack of support. It may be a flag for the purpose of further discussion, which this committee does very well. Historically, after many of us have served for a lot of years on this committee, we figure things out and we fix things before they get to the floor of either chamber. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and let's go.
All right, let's do this. So item number 1 for Senate Bill 1096 LCO 6197. May I have a motion for a joint favorable substitute change of reference to the Appropriations Committee, please?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Senator McCrory, a second by Senator Berthel. Senate Bill 1096, and that concerning the charter school approval process, reverts back to a process that was used prior to this change a few years back. This also establishes a charter school approval grant account and requires that any unexpended charter school per student grant funds to not lapse and be deposited into the charter account. The substitute language that is now posted online, I believe. If not, Rosie, our fantastic clerk, is taking care of that. Specifies that the initial funding from the account will go to charters granted their initial certificate after March 1st of 2023, but prior to July 1, 2023. Also makes sections 3 and 4 effective upon passage. Is there any discussion and or questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, on this bill, if I could have some clarification on the section 1, eliminating the charter approval process and where the State Board of Ed issues the initial certificate, if we could just have more clarification there, just to go over the process, how it's changed from current law.
Are you taking this?
Yes, absolutely. I would like for anyone on the committee to respond to any questions first, and then I will have my response at the end of everyone else's response. Because at the end of everyone else's response, I will make my comments, and then we're gonna vote.
Yes, so the change here is that the State Board of Education may grant the charters, and we're removing the portion that the state board is going to grant the initial certificates of approval for the charters. Does that clarify for you, madam?
Yes, but if the state board is not, who would be granting the initial approval?
So let me try to give people context to where we are on this part of the bill. Again, I'll just be brief to answer this particular question. And how we got to where we were, where we are today. This is how the process worked prior to 2015, when this institution, this committee changed the process. So prior to 2015, the process worked like this. Organizations will come before the State Board of Education and have to go out and do their due diligence and see if there was a need for a charter school in a community. They will have to go do their market research, see if there's a demand, put a plan together, and present it to the State Department of Education for thorough review. That review takes about a year. And after that thorough review, the State Board of Education will make a determination whether that organization, institution should be able to move forward with a charter. One process, one step. That's how it was always done. That was the way it's supposed to be done. In 2015, and at that time, and once they was approved, SDE would know that they would have to have the funds in their account in order to open a school up. So you never had any controversy, anything in regards to how this process worked. Just a little more context. The idea of having charter schools in the state of Connecticut started in 1991. They started this process of a charter school and choice programming for children in the state of Connecticut. And the person who chaired that blue ribbon committee to create the idea of having choice in our public school education was Stephen Tracy. I'll go on later at the end, but I hope that answered your question. The process was very simple. Thorough investigation. Was there a need in these communities? Do families and children want this type of option? Because in Connecticut, we have one option. At that time, it was just traditional public school. Clearly, there was a concern. There was a concern in these communities since 1987 that the academic achievement level for children in these communities, and I'm going to use this word, I'm going to define what I say when I say these communities, because I'm going to reference that word often when I come back later to speak. These communities, those communities that are commonly referred as underserved, marginalized, underrepresented, unresourced. You know who those communities are? Do anyone do not understand what I'm referring when I talk about those communities? There's largely Black and brown children and families, and they're poor. And they wanted another option. Because since 1987, when the state of Connecticut started keeping track of academic achievement levels for children in those communities were so horrible, we earned the title of having the state of Connecticut one of the highest achieving student populations overall, but the worst opportunity achievement gap for poor and Black and brown children. And that started in 1987, folks, and it continues today. To the point that when we first took SCORE in 1987, I'll give you an example of how poorly our children were performing. In the city of Hartford, 92% of the children could not read on grade level. I'm gonna say it slow again. 92% of those poor Black and brown children could not read on grade level. It was going on in Hartford, it was going on in New Haven, it was going on in Waterbury, it was going on in Bridgeport, it was going on in all those communities where those people live. And it's unfairly and unfortunately, I have to say today, those numbers are not different. So we created a choice, an opportunity for those parents and children who live in those communities that have something other than their traditional public schools. Mind you, charter schools are public schools. Magnet schools are public schools. Your neighborhood schools are public schools. And I want to make sure everybody around this circle understands that and know that, and everybody who's listening. All these schools are public schools. So I know I'm kind of long-winded with that, Representative, but that was the process. And from 1996, remember, we're the land of steady habits. 91, we had the conversation. We didn't open up our first charter school to 1996. And since then, we have only opened approximately 20 schools in the state of Connecticut. I also want to ask something about transparency and accountability. And when we did this and we made this law, we wanted these schools, these charter schools, to be very transparent about their goals, and we're going to hold them accountable. What does that mean? That means if their children were not performing at a level higher than the children in their same neighborhoods, we will shut you down. You will not have an opportunity to take more taxpayers' dollars and not properly educate those children. And we have done that for some charter schools in this state. And that's what we should have done, because they were not properly educating our children. I'll say this lastly. That's called accountability. That's called transparency for that type of school. We don't do that for our other schools. We don't do that for our other schools. We have over 120 schools in the state of Connecticut that has historically and continually underperformed at the levels of 85%, 80%, 75% of the children coming out of schools cannot read and write and do math on grade level, but we don't shut them down. We continue to fund them. And I'm gonna come back to this later because I'm trying to answer your question. If I didn't, I'll come back later because I'm gonna summarize everything when I fit. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
All good, Representative McCarty? Thank you so much. Representative Khan.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm not going to comment too much on the substance of the bill just yet, but I just wanted to make a comment that there are a lot of schools that historically have been severely underfunded. And I think, you know, some of the choice schools that we have had in these districts have done a phenomenal job of educating the kids that they've taken, which has been good for those students. But my concern is always the students that are not getting in, the students that remain in our public schools. And yes, a lot of our, especially city public schools have, historically been, and we've now called them alliance districts, but they've had lower performance. But I think what's really important to that conversation is the lack of equitable funding that those districts have gotten. So I think it's unfair to say just that, they weren't performing and that we didn't shut them down. I think until we give schools what they need, it's unfair to say that they need to be held accountable. That's just where I am. I know we'll speak more to that when we talk about the next bill, which does address some of those concerns. My question really just is for this. So I know we said that there was a change in 2015. And I know I was not here in 2015. I don't know how many people were here in 2015, but is there anything that had caused the legislature at that time to make that change? And if so, that would be helpful for us making this. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator McCrory.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. I want to address the first part of your question about funding. You're absolutely right. Funding is extremely important for all our schools, whether they're magnet schools, charter schools, or your local neighborhoods. We got a solution for that. That's in Bill 5003, and we should address, and we will address that in that bill. That's not part of this bill. This bill, in essence, is about giving parents and children choice of another option. That's what this bill is. I brought this bill forward, and I will explain why I brought this bill forward later. So you're absolutely right about funding. And we're going to try to address that in 500. We're going to address the funding issue. But this is not a funding issue that we're talking about. And I will explain to you what happened historically, how we got that change in 2015 at the end. Thank you.
Representative, are you okay to hold off on that answer? Thank you so much. Any other questions in the room? Comments? Representative Chaletsky? Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you? I would also like to add that process, having been through it firsthand, the approval process requires public input in many ways and in the host district. So I just want that to be known. I'm supporting this today, not that it solves for the travesty that has been Danbury's struggle, but because no community should ever have to go through what we've been through. It has divided us over a small school, and I can certainly agree with the funding issue, and I look forward to supporting that as well. This is about it's about choice, as Senator said, and we have in Danbury the largest high school in the state, and while it's a phenomenal school, and I've served on the Board of Education for Danbury for 5 years, so I'm a pro public school advocate, and not everyone can thrive at such an environment. And if we could only, if we could only help, a small percentage of students get what they need, why wouldn't we help them? And we also have an equity bill before us today, and I believe that this is also around equity and access of those programs. So that's my thought on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Representative. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're talking about choice. There've been a lot of choices made. There've been choices not to deal seriously with the issue of education, despite the rhetoric that has existed in this building for a long time. And that's evident in that conversation about funding. So To my mind, while this is not directly an issue of funding, it is absolutely an issue of funding. It's an issue of the funding of the past that created the need for the types of choices that we're talking about. I'm going to vote for this bill today. I'm still listening to the conversation about it. I've been listening to this conversation since the day I walked in this, well, actually way before that, if you know the work that I was doing. I know people are passionate in one respect or the other. My hope is that that passion extends to actually thinking about how we create the conditions in which we feel we need something like this or some other solution, and that we take a serious look at what we do as a state, and the models that we use to fund education. Because as I've said before, the decisions that the adults are making mean that children who don't get to be 3, 4, 5, or whatever age, again, had to go through the system as it currently exists. And to my mind, the system as it currently exists, with all of the good that our teachers are trying to do, because I really seriously believe it, I see it all the time. The system that those children have to go through is not a fair system, and it is not a system that you would create if you put children first. So I just wanted to be on record as saying that I think it's kind of important to the conversation we're having. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator McCrory.
Yeah, I just want to add that I will address the Danbury issue towards the end and not belabor it, but just give you some context. Everything has to be taken into context. So I will provide some context to that.
We look forward to your colorful context shortly, sir. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I won't be too long-winded. I will give deference to a point that was made about notification of the community and their community input. There is that provision in place, but I know some folks, especially recently, have talked about the notification process for that, how long it takes for people to be aware and give their testimony. And I want to make sure that it is truly the will of the community if we are to do something like this. But I also wanted to look at the language of this bill in section 1. It does say the General Assembly may appropriate funds to the Department of Education for the purposes of providing these grants to local and state charter schools, which is meaning funding that non-lapsing account. And it says when that is funded, the charter will then be granted. That is the one step for this process. And that to me disproves everything that anybody has said about taking our legislative power away. We have all the power. We are the ones who appropriate those funds. We are the ones who set that policy, who make sure those charters exist. If they don't need to exist, if we feel as a legislature that they should not, we don't fund it. And that's how that should work. So when people look at this language, be clear that that may in there means that we have an option. We can say we don't want to fund charter schools this year if we have to. But when they need to be funded, when communities are asking for them, communities have been crying out for them for years, we have to have that conversation. I am the chair of the subcommittee on education and appropriation, and we make recommendations every year. Sometimes we've recommended to do things such as fund the Danbury Charter School. However, the delegation doesn't feel the same way that that the chairs feel. And then we go to the chairs of appropriations. We have that conversation. And when we've had that conversation, it's gone the way of the people who represent that community, as it should in most cases. So I guess I'll just end by quoting Prince Adam, otherwise known as He-Man, to all the rest of my colleagues. You have the power.
I'm going to make a Grayskull reference, but I won't. Sorry. I had to cut that tension. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I don't have a question. I just want to express my gratitude for the leadership that's being shown on this committee and the commitment to choice. I think it's tremendously important, and I realize that everything that's being done here is a sort of a multi-year, multi-generational maybe work in process, but this is a significant statement by this community's leadership, and particularly to our Senate Chair. You have in some ways swum against the tide. That takes courage and vision, and I really respect that. So thank you, sir. I also want to acknowledge the comments of Senator Winfield. And I'll keep it very brief. We spend a lot of money on education, and I don't think that the taxpayers and the residents of the state of Connecticut get a decent return on that investment because we're not child-centered. We really are not. We seem to spend a lot of money that never makes it to the classroom, and certainly doesn't make it to closing the achievement gap and helping children that need different kinds of help. But it is inherently unfair. And the fact that we're talking about it, this is a huge move forward, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Representative Belinsky. Representative Sanchez online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to make a comment. I was part of the committee in 2015 when we voted to make that change on charters. I recall that during the public participation, I questioned an individual about what had happened in regards to my nephew and in a charter school, and how he was turned away. And so I was part of that committee when we voted to make that change in 2015. But since then, I visited a number of charter schools, and I saw the work that they do, and how proud and how grateful the kids are in those schools that they're part of that school. And that changed my whole perspective on charters. And that's why I will be supporting this bill today, because I do believe in choice. And I just wanted to share that with the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to thank all my colleagues for your comments today. I have been vacillating back and forth on this bill. I don't have charter schools in my district, so it's a little bit harder to understand, but I really appreciate the senator's remarks, Representative Chalesky's remarks, and listening to all of you and talking about, as the senator said, choice and transparency and accountability. Those are all really important. For me, it comes back to the child. And for me, it's always making every child's potential a reality by engaging them. And so I just always look at the student and the child and making sure that they grow. And that's just so very important to me. I grew up in New Haven and went to New Haven schools. So we need to make sure we reach every single child. I was back and forth with this bill, as I said. I will be a yes coming out of committee today, reserving the right and listening to further conversation on this bill. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I won't take long, but I don't have a charter school in my district. And I did visit one in New Haven. And I have to tell you, it was a wonderful experience. When I went in, the kids were like in 5th grade, all in a circle in the gym. And there was a young little girl in the middle. She had read like 1,000 pages, and they were all complimenting her and, doing the roller coaster and the whatever they were doing. And it was really great. And I watched all of this kind of unfold in front of me. And at the end, a little boy came up and he said, "Thank you, Representative Zupkis, for coming." I said, "I love your school." I said, "Why do you?" And he says, "So do I." I go, "Why do you love it?" And he says, "Because I can go to college someday." And not every kid is built for college. And I get that. But if there's an opportunity, everybody should have that opportunity. And so I hope that in all of our schools, even the schools in my district,
we can teach things like that. Let's celebrate the victories and have classmates celebrate the victories of the other students. So I just wanted to share that because it really made an impact on me. And that was about 6 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that stresses again the importance that we talked about this session about us getting into the schools and into the classrooms around our districts and the state to see what's actually going on. So we're making the most informed decisions here around the table. Any other comments or questions in the room or online? Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to just say that I appreciated very much the opening remarks that we had today, that we continue to collaborate, and that whatever your decision is right today, whether you're a yes or no on this proposal, does not mean that we can't further the discussions going forward. I've worked for many years and know about charters. They do wonderful work. We will have our next bill that's going to recognize charters in their work, and I am definitely for choice. So I would not want my position to be misconstrued in any way, because I'm still in conflict about some of the pieces. I'd like to give it some more thought with the funding aspect, Senator McCrory, and you know how much I admire you and the work that you have done on this proposal. So I hope that we can continue, at least for me, to give me that latitude that I can continue to investigate this proposal and how it impacts our local districts and what is going on. But I want to reiterate, and I think everyone knows that I've always said that I support education for every one of our students and that I believe in choice. But I'm going to pass on this proposal for today.
Thank you, Representative McCarty. And so before I hand it over to Senator McCrory for final comments, I'll just simply say whether or not you agree or disagree, that is your decision to be made today. And hopefully that is not swayed or influenced by any sort of attempt at veiled threats of whether or not this vote is going to be counted as any sort of way with any sort of organizations that may or may not have inappropriately addressed the committee in such a manner. The angst I think that some folks have over charter schools, public charter schools, is being addressed in a number of pieces of legislation, I believe, this session, and that we're going to be hearing later on today when we talk about accountability and when we talk about just getting that deep dive to ensure that our students are getting a high quality learning experience, regardless of the school in which they attend. And that is the ultimate goal of the members around this circle today, in years past, and those who will sit here after us. And so hopefully we can set the tone that choice is here to stay, that it must be funded appropriately, and that it must have the oversight and the accountability that it deserves and that our students deserve. And with that, I will turn it over to Senator McCrory.
Thank you, Jeff. Before I comment the way I wanted to, I want to address what Jeff said about a disturbing email that everyone on this committee received, in my opinion, on Wednesday. My phone rung from Wednesday afternoon all the way to this morning. And everyone was asking me about what's going on in Connecticut. And I was like, what are you talking about? I said, what's going on? We're moving forward. We're a progressive state. That's what they said. The email. And I'll be totally honest with you guys. I've been here. This is my 19th year serving the public, and 18 years on this committee. So I can bring you historical knowledge about how this building works as it pertains to education or any piece of legislation. I have never, in my 19 years here, been, some people say, vaguely threatened about how I vote on a certain piece of legislation. You all read the letter, and they're going to take score of how you all vote on this one piece of legislation that email that came from CEA and AFT was very, very, I don't want to use the words. And unfortunately, that had placed a bullseye on every last one of our backs. Because everybody in this state, and now everybody in this country, is watching what this institution, the structural institution, is going to do. And us educators on this committee, and there's a number of us, that email put you all in a worse position, because this is your union. And this is where they stand. And you're going to have to take a vote. His brother said courage, or going up against the grain, standing up for children and families, those kids, those people. 95% who are poor, who are Black and brown. You're going to have to make a decision. And your union already told you where they stand. They told all of us where they stand. They're taking the score. So what I really wanted to say, yesterday, I'm an educator, and we had a professional development. We had someone come in, and the presenter provide us a quote, quotes from a quote from a man that we all know and love in this country, a man named Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And the presenter presides the quote, and I'm gonna read just an excerpt of it. And this was 60 years ago, April 16th, almost 60 years ago, what Dr. King said in his Birmingham jail. And I'm gonna read this portion to you. He said, "First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro great stumbling block in his stride towards freedom is not the White Citizens Council or the KKK, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly say, and I'll just read this last sentence, and I highlighted it, this last sentence. I agree with you in the goal that you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action." People today, we have an opportunity for direct action. And the goal is to provide all our students a chance, because nothing guaranteed. All charters don't work. A chance at a quality education, especially those who have no choice. I'm going to give you some context for how we got here. And I'm going to tell you why I brought this bill forward. How we got here. Back in about early 2000s, y'all heard of this concept called No Child Left Behind. And in the No Child Left Behind federal language, a lot of states and communities and people just didn't feel comfortable with it. I didn't like it either. And some states sued the state government, sued the federal government because of No Child Left Behind. We were one of them. And at that time, the Secretary of Education was Margaret Stallings. In her response to Connecticut's lawsuit, and I quote, she didn't say it specifically, but these are the words. She said, Connecticut should be more concerned with its low expectation of children of color than worrying about what the federal government is doing. Thus was her quote. The low expectation of children of color in the state of Connecticut. That's what you should focus on. Instead of us looking in the mirror and saying, and evaluating where we were, we asked for an apology. That didn't go over well. Soft bigotry or low expectation. That's what she actually said. The soft bigotry or low expectation for children of color in the state of Connecticut, poor children. That was first thing. That didn't sit well with us. Next, we had, you might be familiar with, Race to the Top. That came along about 2008 under Barack Obama. And the federal government was giving out millions of dollars for states that were a part of education reform. We had to change the way we were doing business. And if we changed the way we were doing business, the federal government will give us boatloads of money. And it was a competition from all states. We put our application in, and our application raced right to the bottom. We came in 25th out of 40 states. And the reason why, the feedback that the federal government gave to the state of Connecticut, where we scored the lowest in states like Tennessee, Delaware, Mississippi score higher than us, the wealthiest state in the country, highest scores in the land, but the highest achievement gap. This is where we scored lower. We had no plan to turn around consistent low performing schools. That was said back then. Situation still the case today. Second area, we had to do something about our high school graduation requirement. We had to change our high school graduation requirements. And at the time we didn't. But over time, since then, we eventually changed our graduation requirements. So you hear a lot on this committee about, ooh, we did a lot of work on that one. We finally got there. The last piece where we scored the lowest, two more pieces. We didn't give, we had to create opportunities for choice and innovation in new schools and charter schools. The last piece was, you had to find a way, a mechanism, a linking teacher evaluations to student outcomes. And we failed there also. We failed there. At that time, the chair of the Education Committee, and I quote Senator Gaffey, if we were able to pass those bills, our application would have stood a far better chance. Unfortunately, when we put our application in, we did not get signed off by AFT or CEA in our large schools, districts. We failed again. That was Race to the Top. And then some things started to happen in Connecticut. And one of the things that happened in Connecticut that people were alarmed of, we had a situation where we had a parent from one of those communities who loved her child, just like all of us love our children. And we want to give them an opportunity at life. And an opportunity in this society is getting a quality education. This parent, unfortunately, was between homes. She was pretty much homeless. She had residency in Bridgeport, but she had family in another community that wasn't hers. It wasn't a low resource community. It wasn't a marginalized community. It wasn't a poor community. It wasn't an underserved community. And she placed her child in that school district. And you know what we did in this state? She was arrested and charged with a felony for stealing funds. We wanted to put her in jail for trying to find a solution for her child's education. And a number of us on this committee saw that. And we said, that's not right. Although she did not do what she's supposed to and place her kid in that school building in her neighborhood for the last 35 years, that unfortunately at the end of the day, 85 to 90% of those children that was coming out of her school in her local neighborhood in Bridgeport, she wanted something different, and we arrested her. And a number of legislators here said we can't do that. And if we're going to require to send our babies, our loved ones, our children to go to school, if they have to go to a public school, then the one in their neighborhood isn't working for them. We cannot and should not arrest them and put them in jail for stealing education. So what a lot of the legislators say, hey, wait a minute. Let's find a way to fix the schools in their neighborhood. Let's bring some accountability. Let's give them some options. Let's get some local control. Let's do something about this. We couldn't pass legislation to fix those schools, and we still haven't done it. So let's bring us up to where we are today. With all that, you got to understand, all this is going on. And then the big one. 2012, we got a new governor. This governor believed in choice. This governor was considered an education reform governor. In 2012, after his election, he made some very disparaging remarks about teachers, me being one of them. You that are all on this committee now, you might remember. He made some very disparaging remarks that basically said, teachers shouldn't have tenure after 5 years. It shouldn't be just you have to get tenure after 5 years and that's it. And that didn't sit well. It didn't sit well with me because I know teachers work hard. I know they do. But that did not sit well. So we fought and fought. And then eventually, 2015 came along. Remember, I told you what the process was before then. Thorough investigation, input from the community, transparency, accountability. If you're not doing well, everything was working well. There was not a problem. We were not up here fighting over, should we fund the charter school? Should we treat kids differently? Why are we treating children differently? They're all public school children. And then we came up here and this governing body sent a message to that governor. And we changed the process and said, no longer it's going to be like that. Even if they did all that, did their work, communities crying out for help, even if they go through that process and people are begging for choice, begging for opportunity, begging for something different for their children, you're going to have to come before us and ask for the money to open up that school that historically you already had the money to do it. And since then, and like, what's his name again? Stephen Tracy, who testified before us, who was on a blue ribbon committee to create child school, who was a public school teacher, then became a superintendent in New Milford and a superintendent in Danbury. He sat me right in front of us and explained to us, when you guys did that, it crushed the opportunity for choice for all those children. And since then, we have not opened up any new school or funded any school that have already went through that process. That was the dagger for those kids and those children in those communities. Now, mind you, these schools that are opening up, they're not asking to go outside of their community. They're not asking to use resources in someone else's community. They're not asking for that. They're asking for an opportunity to educate the same children in the same neighborhoods where they're not getting academic success currently. So if you're one of those individuals who believe in local control and choice, this is a bill that you can lean into. So that's how we got here. Those are the conditions. And now I'm going to tell you why I brought this bill before you. I've been on this committee for 18 years. Some of you can say what you want. I've been here. I sat through it. I was part of the conversations. I knew what the language was saying. This is why I brought this bill before you today. And when you said, man, said, brother, take courage, I know. But I answer to a higher power. And this is why. In 1998, in my community, city of Hartford, I was a classroom teacher, a member of the AFT, and two of my colleagues saw what was going on in education. We knew what the data looked like for those children in our communities, and we wanted to do something different. I never told this story, mind you. This is the first time I'm gonna let you know. We wanted to do something different. We knew we had something good, and we wanted to create a model of education, sort of like Morehouse College. I'm sure you guys are familiar with Morehouse College, and like Spelman College. I'm sure you're familiar with the success of Morehouse College and Howard University. We wanted to model that in our public schools. Do something a little different, innovate, creative. And we created a school within a school. And guess what happened? Our children succeeded at rates higher than any child in the city of Hartford. And we were competing with scores from kids from Simsbury and every other high resource school district. We were doing it. And I got the data to prove it. And when we wanted to open up a school of our own, we, in our own neighborhood, our local public school system, we had worked out a situation with the Boys and Girls Club. They were going to let us use their building because the buildings are empty during the day. We got pushback from our colleagues that said no. So what we figured out, we didn't know any better. We knew there was this concept called a charter school that the state had just started creating. And what we did, we organized our parents, our children, ourselves. And it was the first time, folks, that I have ever walked into this, but this is a true story. It's on my father's grave. This is the first time I walked into this building with about 40 parents who took the time off their hourly jobs and children who came up on school buses to this committee and asked this committee to support us. We got the solution. This community said no. But that didn't stop us. We went back in our communities, the poorest community, and not just in the state of Connecticut. I'm talking about we serve the poorest communities in this country. Check 06104 zip code. I'm giving, Google anything. If anybody do not believe anything I'm saying, Google it right now while I'm speaking. And we went back and we said we're gonna work harder. We're gonna show them that our kids can learn just like everyone else. And we're gonna get higher results. And we did it. We marched her back up here again with more kids and more community support. With the results in our hand, our kids can read too. Our kids can do math too. And we asked this committee, can you give us a chance? Can you give us a choice? Will you allow us to open up a school with public money like you do for your local neighborhood school? This community once again said, no. A lot of no's. A lot of no's for people who are crying out for help. A lot of no's for people who want an option for their children to survive in life. We went back one more time. We came back the third year with higher scores, higher teacher parent participation. Everything that you wanted to see in the school, we kept bringing it, and we're fighting the resistance in our own people. But the community wanted. And that time, I never forget, the Commissioner of Education walked out of a room just like this. And we were out in that atrium. And the words that were said to me was this: we know what you're doing. Please continue to do what you're doing. But they're never going to support you. They're never going to support you. And that's when I learned that education can be political. Fast forward, 4 years later, I said, well, if education is political, then I'm running for office. And I went to that community that I work in, that I live in, that I breathe in. And I ran for office. And you would think that that organization, who I've been paying my funds to, will support me. I'm a teacher. They said no and supported my opponent. It's all good, because I won 3-1. And at that time, I was a principal at Weaver High School in my own community. And you know why I won? Because my students understood the mission. And my parents understood the mission. And they sent me up here to do something, to change the system. And here we are. 25 years later. And no longer I'm out in that atrium. I'm sitting chairing this committee. And it's my responsibility to lead this committee, to educate those on this committee about how things went and how we got here and why we got here. I'm a living example. I lived it. I voted it. I breathe it. This institution, this structural institution. Let me say this to you all. After George Floyd died, there was an awakening in this country. And we started to listen to folks, listen to voices we didn't have before, they didn't even hear before. And I listened deeply. And I will say this, I don't have a definition for institutional racism. I don't have a definition for structural racism. I know what it looks like. I know what it feels like. But more importantly, I know how it impacts my community. And let me say another message. Don't think this is just an issue in the urban communities. This issue of academic achievement for our children and how our children are learning and opportunities that all our children know. Don't think this is just an issue in those communities. Let me send you a message. We have over 160 school districts in the state of Connecticut. Over 160. And of those 160 school districts, only 3 of them have children who are coming out of 3rd grade, where 80% of those children can read on grade level. And only 3 of our 100 and over 60. Only 3. Don't think this is just a problem in my community. And let me explain to you. By education, I have an economics degree. And when you study economics, you have to be able to forecast the future and what your future gonna look like. The numbers don't lie, folks. Almost 50% of the children in school in Connecticut right now are children of color. And if only in many school districts, only 10 or 15, right now, 85% of the children in New Haven cannot read on grade level. Right now. And you think those numbers are gonna get better in your neighborhood too? And I forgot to tell you, if of those 3 school districts, one of them only had 300 kids. Some of y'all might be looking at an option, some options in your districts too. So, and then lastly, I'll leave you on this. Why I go so hard for choice in public education is one of my students that came through that program, that Morehouse mentality had. We know how important education is for us in our community. We know what a good quality education can do for us. And one example of our work and my work as a teacher when we were struggling to get our child is the fact that we produce another person just like me. And he's a legislator. And he serves up here now. So I know we know what we can do. I think it's time for us in this state to give our parents a choice and give these children a chance. Madam Clerk, when we take this roll call, I want this vote to be taken by roll call because I want everybody to have to put their name on it. And let this country and let this state know where you stand. Thank you.
Madam,
I'm sorry, we don't do
we
that
don't-
here.
yeah. Yeah, please. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process, JFS 2 appropriations, LCO 6197. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty.
Pass.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Winfield,
Senator Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno,
Reparceno, yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Rep. Polinsky, yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown, no.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley, Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Daphne votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes, Senator Harding, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson,
Representative Johnson, no.
Representative Susan Johnson,
Representative Susan Johnson, no.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes no.
Senator Kushner, Senator Maroney.
Sorry, I just couldn't get unmuted. Senator Kushner votes no.
Thank you. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee, Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes no.
Representative Paris, Representative Poulos,
Rep. Poulos votes no.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Can you say that one more time, Representative? You weren't on our screen.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez,
Representative Manny Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Robert Sanchez,
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes no.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes no.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Is there anyone online that we may have missed? Oh, Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley, finally back in the room, votes yes, emphatically.
Thank you. All right.
Representative Candelaria.
Oh, Representative Candelaria.
Representative Candelaria votes no.
Thank you.
All right. Nope. Right along. Actually, we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. We have, oh. Yeah, votes will be left open. We'll figure out the time after we get close to the end of the meeting, probably about an hour after we end the meeting itself. Yeah, we're going to take 5-minute recess, folks. If folks could start returning back into the meeting, we'll get going in just about 2 minutes. We're going to get started. If non-members could please leave the circle. Mr. Board. John, Board. All right, we will go ahead and reconvene. We're all the way on item number 2. So for House Bill 5003, LCO 6343, may I have a motion for a joint favorable substitute to the floor?
So moved.
We have a motion by Representative Leeper and a second by Representative McCarty. 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut. This is not a new conversation to anyone, hopefully either in this room, listening at home, enjoying this later via YouTube, or our new members. We have been discussing ways in which we can reform the way that we fund our public schools for a number of years now, to find the most student-centered approach that we could find. And that is ultimately what you have in front of you today with House Bill 5003. Building off of the successes we had in 2017 with respect to the ECS formula that was actually created and was held true to its form and no longer random grants provided to districts depending on whether you were a member of leadership or needed your arm twisted for a vote. We have a true and tried formula that our traditional public schools have now been using that is based on enrollment that is based on a number of metrics with student need. And so building upon that, 5003 now folds in all of our public schools, whether that be magnet schools or charter schools. The importance and the sense of urgency for getting House Bill 5003 done now is that our districts were given various amounts of money, one-time COVID relief dollars that they used in a number of ways, including capital improvement projects, but also additional support staff, whether that be counselors, paras, social workers, all staff and supports that they likely should have always had, regardless of whether or not COVID and a pandemic took over for a number of years. That money goes away, and the worry is that those supports will also go away. With 5003, we take existing law with respect to ECS at our traditional public schools and speed up that phase-in that remains of that 10-year plan. We do nothing to those on the phase-out schedule, and we provide the necessary resources to the districts who need it most. But most importantly, with respect to the Office of Fiscal Analysis and the note, preliminary note that we received, all but 3 districts will see a net positive to their communities with respect to the education funding that they will see through House Bill 5003. Within this, we've also included a new task force that is also going to look at a number of things with respect to Alliance District reform, which we begin in this bill. We are also going to have the discussion around charters, building upon the last discussion that we had. We do hope that everyone has taken the time to sit with the coalition of members that we have built over the years, probably the largest coalition around any one single piece of legislation this building has seen in quite some time. And we have enjoyed the conversations, the questions, and had the opportunity to provide the clarifications. We have taken that roadshow out to a number of your own local districts and spoken directly to your boards of education, to your town councils, and to anybody who wants to know anything about education funding. What we currently have is simply disjointed and does not work. And House Bill 5003 begins to take the steps so that we can ensure all our public schools are provided the necessary resources that they need to ensure our children are receiving a high quality learning experience every day. With that, I will open that up for any questions or comments. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to say that I am more than pleased to be able to support this very critical and important bill. And I think it addresses some of the concerns that we heard earlier. And if I may, the first one that I'd like to say is that this bill really focuses in on student needs and puts those needs in the weighted ECS. And if I may just go back for a moment, Mr. Chairman, I need to recognize you for your steadfastness and your perseverance in trying to see this bill come to light this year. You've done tremendous work in bringing unity to the way that we fund all of our various schools, magnet, charter, FOIC. This will bring that unity and that peace together. And we talked earlier about reducing the economic and racial funding disparities. And this bill really does look at that and helps reduce that disparity by a significant amount of dollars. The one piece that I think we need to continuously emphasize on this bill is that we're going to be facing a fiscal cliff in a few years. And in the last session, we put in multiple mental health supports for our students, hired new, and through the grant process, new counselors, new social workers, mental health providers. This bill protects those supports for our schools. Without it, those districts may not be able to continue with those supports. But so by putting this increase in the ECS funding, you're actually helping all those districts maintain. Also, for those that are interested, this helps your local property taxes, which I think is an important piece to say. It takes a lot of the burden off the local municipalities, another very important feature of the bill. But primarily, it was so disjuncted and there was so much disparity in the past, the way we were funding magnet and charters, and you took that initiative and went with it and found a solution. It's taken a tremendous amount of work over these many years to get that done, and you stood by it. And I'm very proud to be able to sit here today to say that we all care about all of the children in our state, and that this bill truly guards that, and the focus is on the student-centered learning. So I wanted to thank you publicly for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I truly appreciate that. And I don't do this alone. This is always a we before me effort. And I think all the folks who have had a hand in this know exactly who they are. And those words definitely resonate with all of them. So I appreciate that. Representative Felipe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to begin by echoing the sentiments of the good ranking member, especially, as you know, you and I have done a lot towards this together. And last year we came here with the largest coalition of folks who were, positive about any bill in this legislature. And we kept that coalition together. Well, you and your work has kept that coalition together a year later. And you know how people can peel off, how things can fall apart, and things have not. People understand what the need is. People understand that in a community like mine, this represents the highest increase in school funding in a single year that we have seen. And there are many other communities that will be able to say the same exact thing, because we have come together and we have made sure that this impacts all students, 100% of the students in our districts, especially our most at need districts. When you look at whether it's racial disparity, whether it's what zip code you live in, whether it's if you have English learners or if you're in a concentrated poverty area, we are benefiting now from seeing the system become more equal. I will not say that this fixes equity 100%. It does not. It is a very tremendous step in a positive direction. But there are more steps to be taken. I am happy to work with everybody to continue to take those steps, but I commend you and everybody who's worked with us to get to this point. It's about damn time.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, it's also important to know with respect to the task force that's created, they're going to have a couple of different charges. And the fact that in fiscal year 25, a number of districts will see a substantial increase, tens of millions of dollars into their district. We want to ensure that that money is directly going to the children in the classroom and supporting our educators. So you'll see that there's a number of items that are listed as their charges. But we hope that the conversation around class size, around educator compensation, around additional supports, whether that's social workers, paras, all the likes, are discussed and reported back to us to ensure that that new infusion of dollars are spent in the most appropriate manner possible, and that folks are held accountable for that money spent. I know 5003 kind of runs a parallel track with SB1. And a number of the provisions that you see in 5003 today with respect to that likely will be moved over to SB1 when it is finalized on the floors of the House and the Senate to keep things very separate. But I just want to make sure that we have that focus, that we're not simply handing a blank check to districts to say, here, have at it. Representative Susan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say how much I appreciate the efforts that have gone into trying to equalize educational opportunity in our state, which is a required state constitutional requirement and has not been happening for years. We did in 2018 finally begin to equalize on a basis of almost a 10-year basis to increase the funding in the areas where they've been severely underfunded, whether it's Hartford, my district in Wyndham, and Waterbury, New London. No matter where you go in these districts, severe underfunding for years and years and years. And also, these are the same places where we actually subsidize the state because of payment with taxes and because of properties that are not taxed at all and cannot be taxed, and there is no subsidy going to those towns, so they don't have a tax base. So not only can they not get the money from the state as they should in accordance with the state constitution, in accordance with Supreme Court cases in our state, we have not been able to get that money until we started working on this, and now we're bringing it closer to equalization. But we still have a long way to go because the poorest communities still are subsidizing our regions. They're still subsidizing their suburban towns. They are subsidizing the state. And we need to make sure we recognize that because they can't go back and get some money from the local property taxpayers because there's no property tax to get it from. So I can't tell you how appreciative I am of bringing this together and working on this. And finally, I'm hoping and looking forward to addressing this also with respect to special education, because our problems in our state go to increasing the need for addressing the special needs situation. We have a 4 times a per pupil cost before the state even steps in to pay for special education, and that's not addressed in this bill. But I know that we're addressing it in other bills. And so I'm working on hoping to make sure that the special education issues are going to be addressed. 4 times a pupil cost, and the state pays 80%, and then the town pays the balance, the 20%. So the town pays a lot. And these are the poorest towns, because what we do is we take a situation with poverty and we make it worse than most other states in the country. And then we put them in the cities. And then we say, oh, what's wrong with you? Anyway, I'm thrilled with what's going on, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. And thank you for raising the point about special education. We want to make it very clear that this does not address special education. Connecticut does not bifurcate the way in which we fund our schools with respect to special ed versus anything other than special ed. And when we give the ECS allocation, that's expected to essentially pay for everything. But a few years ago, a task force was created that was going to take a look at that and so many other things around special education. Finally, I am pleased to say that that is finally stood up. The co-chairs of that, Andy Feinstein and likely Fran Rabinowitz, will be convening that group shortly. So I'm sure they will keep the Education Committee apprised of all of their work. And I hope the folks around this circle also join in on those conversations. So they are part of the recommendations that come from that group so that we can continue to move all things special education forward as well. This is just the first of many steps we're taking to really kind of ensure that our districts are getting everything that they need and that the kids are truly supported. Representative Wiehlander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Briefly, I just want to echo the support for continuing the conversation on special education. That is a funding challenge that almost every district is facing, and the needs of our students requiring special services is only growing. So I look forward to that conversation. I'm very pleased to see more funding for all of our districts. In this bill, I will share concerns I have about the long-term sustainability of the funding, but I am hopeful that we can continue to work to prioritize our public schools, and I look forward to supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate those comments. Representative Mara. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this. I think it's, I'm really proud of the work that this committee has done to move this forward. And I think it's a great step. I think for myself and many of my constituents that have looked at money follows the child, I think looking at this and, supporting the charter school funding and the magnet school funding, I think, and the VOAG school funding is very important work. Knowing that I support this, I would like to point out some other things that my constituents have talked to me about. And I hope maybe this is something we can work on in the future. I realize that we have districts that really need funds. So whilst I'm pointing this out, I'm not saying that we should take funds away, but with the ECS funding, how it worked in the past was that the magnet school would get a grant, but then they would also charge tuition to their local schools. Now my understanding is the local schools will continue to get fully funding for that child, and then the magnet school will get fully funded for that child. So that is an increase of money to the local school when they do not have that child. Please understand, I'm not saying that local district does not need that funding, but that's not very transparent. If the local school needs funding, I think that it should go into a bucket saying that the local school needs funding for X, Y, and Z reasons, not because they're educating a particular child. So I would like to see us work on that in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate those comments. And I appreciate you the way in which you said that without using the verbiage that's usually used when talking about that particular issue, because that's actually simply current law. And that's what the law has been. And so that's what we're building upon. But I definitely hear those comments, and I look forward to continuing that conversation with you and other members to see how we may better address. Any other comments or questions? Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, first of all, I would like to associate my remarks with those made by my ranking member earlier. And just add to that, I don't think there's a person sitting around this desk, around this committee, that doesn't believe that we should be properly funding education in Connecticut. I haven't been here as long as my esteemed Senate chair, but I've been on this committee long enough to know that we have dealt with the issue of ECS funding and carve outs and, whatever, a whole bunch of different ways to affect how uniquely the needs of certain districts and certain towns that we may individually represent had to be addressed. So I thank you for the work that went into this and to this bill and getting us to what should be a very level playing field. Many districts will see increases as a result of 5003. It is a tremendous amount of money for us to commit to as a legislature and to appropriate. But again, I feel sitting here today that it's a necessary amount of money that we need to appropriate. My concerns lie, and I will be supporting this bill, and I'm happy to do so, but my concerns lie with some of what Senator McCrory spoke to in his very compassionate words earlier, is that we have to be very deliberate and we have to be very intentional, and we have to ensure that a taxpayer dollar that is spent as a result of this bill actually reaches a child in a classroom. And that not only does it reach that child in that classroom, but that it also produces hopefully a better outcome. That we are not spending just to spend and make towns and communities feel good because this town gets more and that one gets less and it's unfair. We heard a lot of testimony about that in the public hearing on this bill. Our town's underfunded and that's not fair. And look what they can do in the town right over the border, and look what they can do. As Senator McCrory spoke to earlier, we should be focused on producing the best outcomes for our children. Every year that I've sat on this committee and we have our organizational meeting, I make the comment that this is the best committee and the most important committee in the building. It's not judiciary, it's not appropriations, it's not finance, it's education, because we are empowered and charged with preparing the future for the youngest people that we represent. So let's make sure that we do the right thing. The Speaker of the House committed at a meeting in Southbury for the Waterbury Chamber back in February that not only would he ensure that this bill got to the floor of the House, but he ensured that it would pass. It's pretty profound, pretty, prophetic, right? A crystal ball. We need to ensure that we do the right thing. Maybe some of the additional work that'll happen with 5003 before it gets to the floor is to, we talked a month ago about guardrails. And if we're going to ensure that outcomes, positive outcomes, better outcomes for the children in our public schools in this great state is the overarching goal of this bill, then maybe we need to have some additional conversations about ensuring that a taxpayer dollar that goes into this bill reaches a child in a classroom and produces a better child at the end of the day, and a better child after their 13 years in our public schools all across this great state. Fully funding education should produce better results. And we all want that, regardless of the towns, the communities, whatever the socioeconomic status is of where we represent. Better outcomes should be the end goal here. Mr. Chair, I'm proud to support this bill, and I urge my fellow members on the committee to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And before I turn it over to Senator McCrory, I think no truer words have been spoken or will be spoken today, is the fact that this is the most important committee in this building. Because if we do right here, we change the trajectory of every other committee in this building and the work that they do or sometimes won't have to do anymore. So that's why the investment now is so important. Yes. Oh,
Thank you, and I appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Senator Seminara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to echo the concerns that the good Representative Mara voiced earlier. I too have heard from a number of my constituents about the same concerns. And I'm hoping, I will be supporting this bill today, but I'm hoping as we continue the process that will be discussed along with the accountability that the good ranking member Berthel spoke of as well.
Thank you so much. And we look forward to the work of the Building Educational Responsibility with Greater Improvement Networks Commission, otherwise known as the Burgeon Commission. And with that, for, I believe, final comments, we will turn it over to Senator McCrory.
I want to echo what I've heard from my colleagues, Jeff. Honestly, you have done an outstanding job of keeping all the cats together. Honestly, last year I had no interest in having this conversation because I'm one who I don't believe in pouring good money into bad money. I'm for investments, and I believe this is an investment for our children. But I'm also about accountability, and I'm also more important about outcomes. And if we're going to make this investment, if we're looking to make this investment, in SB1, we're going to have some accountability measures, because I want to come back and review where we are in a couple of years. If we're going to pour all these extra hundreds of millions of dollars in our public education, for one, we better recognize that we have to treat all children with equity, whether they attend a charter school, a magnet school, or a traditional school. I think this is what this bill does. It's an opportunity to bring us together. But again, I'm not interested in pouring more money into a system that's not going to give me some positive outcomes. And I'll say this, and I didn't say that in my last speech. I mean, the last bill. But I'll tell you this. Guess what? You know why this is important to me? We have a school in the state of Connecticut. It's the #1 school in the state of Connecticut. It's probably the #1 school in New England that quietly most of you on this circle don't even know about. It's a school where 95% of its children can read on grade level by grade 3. I'm gonna say it slow. Matter of fact, they couldn't even publish the results of the school because it probably would identify the one kid that didn't get grade level. That's how successful this school is. And we don't fund it the same way we fund our other public schools. You know why? Because it's a charter school. And that school is called Stanford School for Excellence. Right? And we can't even open up a second school of excellence in our communities. Why? Because we will not give them the money. That's a money issue. Hopefully this will solve that issue. And hopefully passing that last bill will nexus the opportunity to continue to show that kids from those communities, when given chance, hope, and opportunity, they will perform. So I'm gonna support this right now with the responsibility of putting accountability in SB1. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And that's what makes Connecticut so interesting and such an anomaly, that while you celebrate that school right in our very own backyard, not here in the city of Hartford, we have one of the lowest performing districts in the entire country. So we can celebrate that we're the second or third greatest public school system in the country and get out there and say that it's cute to say that. but you really have to dive in and take a look at what's going on in every single one of our communities to see the work that needs to get done. And this is just one of those steps. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on HB 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut, JFS to the floor, LCO 6343. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Arzeno, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Changa votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes, Senator Harding, Representative Howard,
Rep. Howard votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Dominique Johnson,
Representative Johnson is a yes.
Representative Susan Johnson,
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris, Representative Poulos,
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
one more time,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
one more time, just a bit slower, please.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Emmanuel Sanchez, Representative Robert Sanchez,
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Is there anybody online that we missed? Anyone in the room? All right, well, on to item number 3 for Senate Bill 1197, LCO 6245. May I have a motion for a JFS to the floor, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative McCarty. 1197 is an act concerning workforce development. This bill allows boards of eds to provide an aerospace and aviation apprenticeship training to students through partnerships with local businesses. I know my good ranking member to my left here has some great feelings on that. Section 2 requires SDE to develop a model program for students to be trained as paraeducators while in high school, and local school boards may adopt this model. This is just one of many ways in which we're looking to get at the number of the shortages that we're seeing throughout our districts. This will distribute information concerning vocational, agricultural, and tech ed and career programs to students in the middle school. Obviously, getting folks interested in the various programs that we have throughout the state early on is very important. This will require SCE to establish pre-apprenticeship grant program for boards of education that will include registered pre-apprenticeship programs in the high school curriculum. We're going to require SDE in partnership with local school boards and public institutions of higher ed to expand dual credit and dual enrollment programs. The Tech Ed System Executive Director has to convene a working group to determine the feasibility of developing an aerospace advanced manufacturing high school. Again, attacking a number of areas in which we have shortages throughout the state. The substitute language that you have before you today removed Section 2 in the original bill in Section 5 regarding the audits of workforce development programs. We believe that's already occurring. This added courses related to healthcare occupations in the new Section 5 regarding expanding partnerships to offer more dual credit programs. We had a number of proposals on both sides of the aisle with respect to a number of different industries that folks were looking to get at. So if you don't see yours in here today, obviously, as we said in the beginning of the meeting, we want to go ahead and continue those conversations. But with that, I'll open it up for discussion, comments, or questions. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm very pleased to be able to support this piece of legislation. I think it, especially with the dual credit programs, we've heard in some of our schools that students are able to get up to almost a semester of credits that will help them with their careers. So I think it's excellent to continue to expand that area. But would you be able, for clarity purpose, just explain the difference between what we're doing in our schools with our career pathways and what an apprenticeship program, the difference between the two? I know the apprenticeship, I think, goes along with partnering with local businesses, but if just for clarity, if you could do a little more in depth what an apprenticeship program is.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, the difference being that this would include additional on-site training. And so it's one of those learn by doing scenarios. And I think if we are able to get the students out into these types of fields early on and getting that hands-on experience, it will better prepare them for whatever additional training will come thereafter, or they're able to jump right into whatever field that may be. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, first of all, like to just thank the committee for, as a member of the committee, obviously, for the collaboration that took place in bringing this bill together and putting it together. And it is still very much, Mr. Chair, as you spoke to, a bit of a work in progress, that we may be adding additional groups, if you will, or professions or trades to the bill. We recognized and began recognizing, I would say maybe a couple of years ago, that this committee had an opportunity and an obligation to be creating these kind of opportunities and giving our boards of education and giving the thought leaders and the businesses across Connecticut the opportunity to collaborate to perhaps begin to fill some of those. I think the latest number showed 100,000 jobs that are open in Connecticut. We're rich with manufacturing still. We have this great aerospace and aeronautical industry. I think it's incumbent upon us to be doing things like this. So I'm very proud to support this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I would like to offer this up for our consent calendar, or establish a consent calendar and then offer this up to be put on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Representative. There being no objections, we will begin a consent calendar. All right, that will include now item Senate Bill 1197. Yep, let's move to second. Yep. So we'll move along then for item number 4, Senate Bill 1, LCO 6376. May I have a motion for a JFS to the floor, please? May I have a motion? And a second? Motion by Representative Wieland, a second by Representative Susan Johnson. Senate Bill 1, an act concerning transparency in education. You'll see that section, well, actually, let me just cut right to the one everyone really has been talking about. The comprehensive sex education piece is no longer in this, has been striked, and you will not see that in the substitute language before you. So section 1, this has to do with the chart of accounts by school boards. By January 1, 2024, the State Department of Education must conduct a review of each school district's chart of accounts and create a report for the districts that include the following that will include a number of specifics. You can read that in the bill. Section 2 requires school districts to satisfy an existing requirement to file expenditures with the State Department of Education with those chart of accounts. If folks remember, the Uniform Chart of Accounts is something that was passed a number of years ago that unfortunately not all districts actually implemented. I know that at the time I was on the Board of Education in East Hartford, we were one of the pilot districts to do this, and we did it well, and so we know it can be done. Section 3, beginning in fiscal year 24, requires boards of eds, RESCs, charters, and charter management organizations to file their financial reports with the State Department of Ed using that chart of accounts and conforming with all of the other provisions within this. We have training for school board members included in this. We have modified field experience and student teaching requirements. There's also some additional language that creates pathways in tech early high school programs. We have nutrition, the banning of selling of food products by the same name and branding to hopefully not incentivize our students to be eating less than healthy in the classroom and then having that be a habit that continues outside of the schools. And also requires the State Department of Ed to administer the Wholesome School Meals pilot project for Alliance districts. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions or comments. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And if I can begin, I want to be would like to be supportive of the bill, but I do have some concerns with some of the provisions in the bill. If I may, just looking at some of the testimony, and I do agree that the charter accounts have been there. And I think the intent of this bill is to bring equity and transparency to funding across the district. So I'm definitely supportive of the intent of the bill. I would just like to see if we could have some more ongoing conversation with the Department of Education as to how we can have the financial systems work for both so that it's not an extra unfunded mandate on the Department of Ed, just to see if that's possible, as we have said, that we want to continue to work on the bills going forward. I'd also, on the part that we're mandating our boards to have training, I know as a 20-year board member that you can actually see the difference on members that have been trained with roles and responsibilities, but I'd like to find and see with further discussion if there isn't a way we can incentivize that somehow. So I just like to have a little more time to try to work on that piece of it. And then the other part, I believe, that you may have mentioned, the family resource centers with the Alliance. Is that it? Did you mention that, Bill? Okay, I think that's in this bill. That I believe some of the rationale behind the Alliance districts was to give them flexibility and to look at the needs of those districts in the Alliance that have been designated. So I have some concerns that I wouldn't want it to be so rigid that if a district decided they needed to use those resources for another purpose, that they wouldn't be allowed to do that. Perhaps they could do something where they shared if the schools were in the same vicinity. So those are some provisions that I think we could work on and maybe help the bill. But behind the intent of the bill, I'm really very committed to trying to find transparency and that we have equity and funding across the state. So I just wanted to voice those some of those concerns that I have with the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And yes, I appreciate you pointing out the Family Resource Center provision that has to do with the Alliance districts. And obviously in the prior bill, there was definitely much more substantive changes with respect to the Alliance programs and the redesignation of districts. So you'll see some different language here that may seem like it's in conflict. But again, as we work on these and we go and merge bills into one another, we're going to have a final package that will be voted on the floors. Representative Zupkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too have some concerns with a few of these. I appreciate you taking out the part, the sex education part. But I'll just talk about one is the training for the local board of eds. That is a concern of mine because I think when people get elected, even here, I've never been on education and I got no training. But I think as people get elected to these positions, they bring new ideas and that's what makes it so great. And so, however, training can be good at times. Also, there are some downsides to it also. So I'm just very cautious about that part of it. And I do hope that that is one of a couple of parts that really gets looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And as you're talking about that, yeah, we don't want to be essentially creating robots who are overseeing the districts. And I think it's important that the boards of ed realize that they truly only have 5 statutory responsibilities when it comes to the work that they do throughout their districts. But then it allows for that personality, that expertise, the experience they bring to kind of pepper that in and flavor that for each local district. So I appreciate those comments. Representative Chalesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo the comments made by our ranking member coming from an Alliance district. I think it's it could be burdensome to our offices and maybe a little too prescriptive in that what works in one alliance doesn't necessarily work in another, or even within an Alliance district, an FRC at one school may not necessarily be needed at another school. We have 13 elementary schools in our district, and we have a fabulous FRC at one of them. And with regards to the chart of accounts, I appreciate the goal of that section. I worry about what it puts onto our business and finance office. And think some of the goals there could be addressed through more guidance from the State Department of Education and how to account for their financial items. But I was intrigued by your previous comments with regards to a possible combination of bills. So just want to throw that out there. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was I just was hoping I could get a little bit of clarity on section 12, which is the banning selling food products of same naming and branding, but less nutritional value instead of similarly named products already in the schools. I just wanted some clarity as to what that meant exactly.
So essentially, if it's sold at your corner store, it's not going to be sold in your school. So a bag of Doritos won't, because that's sold in available at your retail or general marketplace, that would not be available within your school.
And that's because of the nutritional value difference?
I believe the intent behind that is yes. That we want healthy kids make better learners. And so we want to be able to remove any items that may prevent that from happening.
Oh, okay. And like, who's making the choices as to what's a healthy product and what isn't?
I don't think it's a matter of making a choice between what's healthy. I think if we are simply looking at the language as drafted, it would be any product that is available at retail would not be available in the school using the similar name or branding for packaging for sale. With the component of the nutritional value, yes, in that food product that deviates from that product itself.
Okay. Okay, so there will be decisions made as to so no products that are sold in, let's say, your local grocery store would be sold at the school or provided at the school.
I would say, Senator, that this section likely needs to have additional language included to ensure that it is getting at the intent of what they are looking to do, and that your questioning, line of questioning is definitely received, and I hope will be incorporated in what they are looking to do.
Thank you so very much.
Senator Winfield.
Just so I'm clear, and maybe we can't get quite clear, but as I read it, I understood it to mean that if a product is sold in a school and the store sells a similar product that's less healthy, you can't sell it. Is that correct?
My apologies, Senator. Ask that again.
So if the school sells a product, call it Gary's chips, right? And Gary's chips are very healthy. And then the store sells Larry's chips or whatever, and they're less healthy. You can't sell that product.
That is correct.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The two senators who preceded me, I was going to talk about the same section. And I guess, I mean, just for clarification, so if there's, like Oreos that are, I don't know, organic whole grain, I don't know if those exist, but
that sounds gross.
I don't know. But like, so if those are sold in a school and it looks similar, but the convenience store next to the school doesn't sell that product, and instead they sell, the 800 calorie per cookie ones. That's what we're talking about?
Correct.
But what if, just for clarification, can someone go into a school and sell regular Oreos?
I don't believe so right now.
Okay.
No,
I'm
they can only sell what abides by the nutritional guidelines that are set within the districts.
Okay. My only concern is I'm just, sometimes for fun, and I don't know if this has to do with this section or is something in law or may not be in law, but it says, no person shall sell or offer sale, or in any public school. So my only concern is like, a lot of times fundraisers involve candy bars or Girl Scouts selling cookies, and they sell it to their friends or, in school. And I wouldn't want to see that, them negatively affected by this. So, I mean, as you said, this obviously needs some work. So hopefully these can be taken into
Absolutely a
consideration.
work in progress, Representative. And yes, if our good majority leader is listening, I think he would tend to agree with the whole Girl Scouts conversation. If anybody knows our good majority leader. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I do have serious concerns, like alarming concerns about a bill that is all about mandating everything from from snack food to whatever. And to Rep. Carney's point, when I go to a high school football game, there's a concession table that's, there probably, well, most often manned by PTA people, and there's home baked goods and all the rest of that kind of stuff. This is just absurd. Any bill that uses the word ban, when the decision can be made permissive, we can give all the guidances that, in the world we want to our boards of education, and then let them figure it out. But, I think, in 2023, the word ban should be banned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to belabor the point, but just rereading and rereading this language, it definitely needs more work. As the two previous speakers had said, a booster club, a PTA, especially as Representative Belinsky mentioned at a football game, you know, they're selling all kinds of different snacks. And the also other thing that would concern me too is for some of these kids where their school day ends at like 2:20 and then they're involved in theater, music, sports programs, they need some kind of a snack sometimes. And I'm not sure if this bans those kind of, so it's a long day for our children. So I want to make sure that we do really look at this language clearly. And I just have to comment that this bill is reminiscent of something that came up probably about 10 or 12 years ago. It had a lot of pushback way back, and it was many, many years ago. I was not obviously in the legislature then, but so like I said, I don't want to beat this to death, but it does need a lot of work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Susan Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say, I think that the bill as it stands now is much better than it was, especially since you took the sex education part out of it. And I look forward to seeing those types of things in our science classes like biology and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that this is good as it stands, and it sounds like it does need some work. I would like to also say that addressing the nutritional content of the lunches is kind of very important, and some places have gone too far with that sort of thing. So I'm really happy to see that we're focused more on nutritional content of the food that we're selling to the students in our cafeterias, what they're eating there. We really need to take a look at the food and the content, because it can go the wrong way. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Senator Seminara for the second time.
Thank you. And thank you for indulging me yet a second time. I just feel it's very important to bring out with this section the idea that we are talking about taking a right of parents, in my eyes, the right of parents to choose what their kids should eat, and banning it in the schools and making something. I just feel like our parents' rights are being taken away over and over again, and we need to continue to look at that and make adjustments. Thank you so much.
I appreciate that. I don't believe that the reading of the law or the legislation in front of us discusses what a parent or a child is able to bring in their own brown bag. But I appreciate the context and look forward to continuing the conversation, as this will remain a work in progress. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that the substitute language has taken out the sex education bit, but I'm just curious if this addresses the curriculum that's already on the website for the State Department.
That is not in this bill, but that healthy framework, which has been updated in 2022, is online for folks to view. It does not include a lot of the language, I think, that's been passed around in various emails, but it is accessible to all members of the public if they would like to view that on their own.
Thank you.
Representative Sanchez online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. I do appreciate that the comprehensive sex education piece was taken out of this bill. And also I do have concerns with the nutritional part of it. And I'm looking forward to seeing it as we move along to make some corrections in that section. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think the takeaway from some of the committee members is that SB1 still requires some work, and I agree with that. I know we spoke earlier when we were debating 5003 that SB1 would going forward would include some of those guardrails that we spoke to, some of the instructions, if you will. So today I'm going to be a no on this bill solely for the purpose of flagging it and making sure that we that we uphold our commitment to make it a better bill before it gets to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Khan, I saw your hand after the fact. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Okay, I just have some questions. So, in section A, the chart of accounts, can you just explain like what exactly would it include, aside from like, let's say a public school right now, like a lot of them post, or actually all of them, have their school budgets. So would it be similar to that? Would it be more specific?
I think that's what it's looking to address, is that we do everything throughout the state of Connecticut in the districts, all in a variety of ways. And so there's no true way to compare, other than the information that's at SDE that they all have to report to, but that is not kind of disaggregated out so that we can actually have that apples to apples conversations with respect to the various districts. So I think that's what it's looking to get at.
Okay, and then, does it only, the chart of accounts, does it only apply to district schools? Or is it all schools in Connecticut?
The goal would be to have that apply to all schools.
Okay, and in current language, that's how it is, you know?
That is correct.
All right, section 6. Okay, the student teaching experience. So I guess there's a change from before, so current language, I guess, was that it was specific districts that you can do your student teaching through. It looks like that language is out. So does that mean that now it would be any district?
Senator McCrory.
So, yeah, so what was happening here is, historically, what we were doing probably about 10, 12 years ago, we want to make sure our pre-service teachers had experiences working in multiple different school districts. We wanted them to have experience working in an urban school district, a suburban school district, and a rural school district. Because what we were finding that unfortunately, because our state is kind of segregated, and where you go to school is where you go, those people you live and work with. And we didn't want that for our pre-service teachers. We wanted them to have multiple experiences before they got into the classroom to start their career. By doing that, unfortunately, it caused a problem because many of our student teachers, our teachers, our in the pre-service program, we're not able to reach all three of those, have those three experiences. So we went back to saying the way we traditionally did it, and they have to have that one experience, and we were not able to require them to have all three of those experiences. So that's why we took it out.
So
Representative Khan.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, okay, so then currently, right now, it would require them to do all three. We're changing that to not having that requirement to make it easier. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
And then lastly, I know there's some language changes for the alliance districts, and then it looks like the number of alliance districts is removed in I think it's section 7. So, I believe right now we have 33 districts are alliance districts, so that's removed. So, and then I know we have the new language for educational reform. So I'm just wondering what the difference is. And then if there is, because the educational reform districts are new, does that mean there would be no new alliance districts?
So that's just part of the overall kind of continuing conversation around what that piece looks like. There just happen to be two varied proposals in the two bills. So we will marry those in one piece of legislation prior to the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you. Just as a final comment, I'm really hopeful that this SB1 will take those changes, that we can work on this as we go forward. I would like to see it move forward, but today I will flag it just so that we can continue that work moving. But I wanted to make that point because I think it is an important bill, and that we do need to do a lot of the work that's outlined in the bill. So I thank you for that privilege.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you to the work. Senator Mara.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for indulging me here. I'm just a little confused because I was looking at the Department of Education's website a few days ago and saw I install sex education language on there, and now today I see that it's been removed. So just curious by how that happened? Was that just an oversight issue? And is that something we're going to keep looking at in the future so that this doesn't pop up again?
Are you, Representative, are you speaking about the link that was on there?
I'm speaking about State Department of Education's website for, let's see, what is this proposal? I'll scroll all the way back up. Healthy and Balanced Living Curriculum Framework, Health Education and Physical Education. And as of a couple of days ago, I have screenshots of it. It's very different wording than it has. Well, not very different. There's clearly some phrases that were removed.
Well, I believe there's an updated document. That is the one that I printed out the other day that says 21 updated in 22. I'm not sure which one you were looking at. But I think we're happy to have that discussion with the State Department of Education to ensure that information that we have up online is current and accurate.
And it is currently, as of a couple days ago, it was not, but it is currently. So just my question is this oversight going to continue, or I'm not sure how the language got on there to begin with, and now it's removed. So I appreciate that, but.
Yeah, I think a lot of times that if you look at the State Department of Education's website, they have a number of different links that go to various other types of websites and or blogs and or whatever the case may be. And I don't know if those are always monitored each and every day for someone to click on to view to make sure that that's up to date. But when things do get brought to their attention, as it likely did the other day, they've now since taken that down. But they will continue to, I'm sure, monitor that as with the help of all of us sitting around this circle.
Thank you very much,
Thank
and
you,
thank you for
Representative.
bringing it to their attention.
Absolutely. Anyone else? All right. Oh, Representative Khan for the second time.
Thank you. Quick question. So, the FRC change, is that a requirement or is that a option to do for Alliance districts?
So that also is, as we're having the conversation around the restructuring of alliance districts, of ed reform districts, of all the accountability measures that go along, what the different supports will be, that's also going to be part of the conversation. Right now, as it reads now, that would be a requirement. But that's something that we're going to continue to discuss, as it was mentioned by a prior representative.
Okay. I just wanted to then make a comment. I know FRCs I think are great. They're phenomenal. They're a great resource center for our families. If that's something we decide to add, I'd love for that to have then some specific money allocated to it. So then we're not putting a burden on our alliance districts to have that. I think it would definitely be a great addition, but I just want to make sure that as we're working through this, if we were to keep that in, that it would have that money behind it. But thank you.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I would love nothing more than to see every school with a family resource center and a school-based health center that needs it to ensure our families and children are getting all the supports they need, soup to nuts. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on SB 1, an act concerning transparency in education, LCO 6376 JFS to the floor. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes no.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Winfield,
Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno,
Representative, yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes no.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes no.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes no.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley, Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes no.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes. Senator Harding. Representative Dominique Johnson.
Representative Dominic Johnson is yes.
I skipped Representative Howard.
You sure did. Representative Howard votes no.
Sorry
Thank you.
about that, Representative.
That's all right. It's Friday.
Representative Susan Johnson.
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner. Senator Maroney. Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes no.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller. Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Poulos.
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez.
Representative Manny Sanchez votes yes.
Representative Robert Sanchez.
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes no.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Madam Clerk, it's Senator Kushner. May I vote?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Senator Kushner votes yes.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else online that we may have missed? All right, moving along. Item number 5, House Bill 6759, LCO 6375. May I have a JFS change of reference to appropriations, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator McCrory, a second by Representative McCarty. 6759 is an act concerning early childhood. This would require the school readiness programs and child care providers to implement the early childhood compensation schedule proposed by the Office of Early Childhood Commissioner. This removes contingencies on the eligibility of students and participants in job training and apprenticeship programs, essentially allowing more people to be eligible for Care for Kids programs. This permits child care centers to administer epinephrine in emergency situations, putting them in parity with our local public school systems. You'll see that the S language incorporates a prior section to the governor's bill, which was 6662, into section 2 of this bill that will allow OEC to institute the protective service class, which will work with the at-risk populations. I'd add section 5 regarding an increase in per pupil rate for school readiness programs. There's a number of provisions also, I won't go through them all in here, that also include various allocations to the Office of Early Childhood that came from recommendations of the Early Childhood Alliance and the Early Childhood Caucus. You will also see that the piece and the exemption with respect to the entity in Stanford has been removed from the original bill. And I appreciate the work of both Representative Paris and Representative Cook and all those involved for bringing that and other matters and issues to our attention. And so I will open this up, comments and or questions. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly a comment that we know that our early child care is under enormous stress, that we have tremendous shortages and that we have not paid those providers or teachers for many years the appropriate compensation, and that we really need to bring up that payment. We've heard countless stories of how these teachers are not able to continue with the early child care. So the compensation schedule was put in place by statute, I believe, a few years back, if I'm correct on that. And I would like to see this go forward. But I think you said in your preliminary comments that this would be JFS over to appropriations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So again, I think that our early child care, we need to do something, the care for kids, the early readiness. We need to pay attention to what's going on in our early child care industry. If we don't have the supports there, our the industry cannot provide for the workforce development. So this is an important piece of legislation that I think needs to be going forward. So I'm very pleased to see it in front of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminara.
Yes, pardon me. I'm trying to find the section, but I have a question written down here saying, if you don't get the funding, are you still required to pay? So I'm trying to figure out where that was. My apologies.
Madam, are you able to point to a line in the substitute language?
Okay, I guess if you don't get the funding, do you still have to pay the compensation schedule? That's what I was questioning.
As it is currently written, that is correct.
Okay, wouldn't that cause an increase maybe to smaller facilities and that have to be passed on to parents?
There would likely be an increase that would have to be accounted by some entity. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for that clarity, and my apologies for stumbling a bit.
Hey, we all stumble through this together. Representative Sanchez online. Also, thank you, Representative Sanchez, for your work on the early childhood bill and everything that you've done in past years.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm thankful that compensation schedule is in there. And I'm just going to say this, I'm going to pray very hard for the Appropriations Committee to come up with the funding for that. I'm not going to elaborate anymore on this because I've been talking about this for so many years, but if we don't do something soon, we're seeing many centers fail in the past couple of years, and it's just going to get worse if we don't start compensating these teachers. They're great teachers. They do a lot of work in those classrooms. They're not there just changing Pampers and wiping noses like some people think is what they're doing. They're doing much more. And so I'm just hoping that this gets through this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, kind sir. Representative Zupkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify what Senator Seminara was talking about. So if, first of all, does this apply to private entities like private daycares in those places?
No.
Okay, but it would apply to like a YMCA.
Yeah, anybody who accepts the funds, correct?
Right. So if they don't get the grant, they still have to pay. That is correct. So a YMCA who's desperate, the Waterbury Y I'm a big fan of, and they're desperate to find people and employ them and actually have an issue with the spots of kids due to lack of staffing. But if they receive some of these funds, but it's not enough to cover their needs, they still have to pay the higher rate. Correct.
As written, correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome. Representative Dominique Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I do want to echo the comments of our good ranking member McCarty and others about the compensation schedule. I know that from our early childhood coordinator and collaborative in Norwalk, we need to retain our best and brightest to do this work. And it admittedly, I know all across our country, it's becoming more difficult because of the increase in entry-level wages that is making other even food service more enticing for folks. And what we need to do is obviously invest in the workforce, behind the workforce. And I want to commend the good work of our early childhood educators and the importance of this bill and provisions in this bill, especially expanding subsidies for those who need it most, their eligibility for working families. This will help them help themselves make a better life for their families. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Senator Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I think that everyone around this desk today believes in supporting early childhood education. I had the honor of serving on this committee when Representative Bobby Sanchez was our chair, and his passion for doing what's right here is enviable. My concern remains, and this is one of those bills again that I spoke about earlier. I know this is going directly over to appropriations where I'll have another bite at the apple looking at this. I'm going to flag this today with a no vote so until we get the fiscal note back on this, and that we can again make sure that we are addressing some of the concerns that were raised today, perhaps in some new language, and we really understand what this is going to cost. I think we have to truly, again, we have to be very deliberate in how we are spending taxpayer dollars and making sure that those dollars are really affecting change and helping the individuals that we truly expect them to help. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Susan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I strongly support this, and I just want to, talk about a little bit about how it costs so much money for the average person to put their children into early childhood. Early childhood education is very, very important for people to be able to continue to work, and for the families to be able to continue their work and their contribution to our economy. So people say, gee, how come so many people aren't back in the workforce? How come we have such a huge demand for women and people to get into the workforce? And part of it's because of the extreme cost to the average family of early childhood education. It's not just a matter of daycare. It's a matter of making sure the brains of the little ones are stimulated. The age between 1 and 5 is really the time when most of the stimulation is needed so that they can really do a good job when they hit first grade. So I am just very, very supportive of this, and I look forward to seeing it in appropriations. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Representative. And Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Dominique Johnson and I both are very much in tune with our early childhood advocate in Norwalk. And I must say I'm struggling a little bit with this bill today because I'm a little concerned that it's picking winners and losers out of some of our early childhood facilities. And I am concerned that we have very small family-based early child care facilities that may not qualify for this funding, yet they are put in the same basket with some of the other childhood facilities that will qualify. So I don't want, knowing the need of our family-based child care facilities, I just don't want them to be put out of business by a grant that will go to some of the other facilities. So I'm struggling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with any other comments, questions? Oh, wait, Representative Paris online. My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly echo the sentiments of my colleagues who have come before me, and I will just like to say that this bill will, although it may not cover everything that we need to do in terms of making a real investment in for early childhood education, it is a giant step for an industry that certainly needs the support to remain resilient and stable. And more than anything, we are doing important work by helping to support 90% of the brain development early on right now, so that we don't have to try to fix that later on down the road through in K through 12 level education. And so I just appreciate all of those who have spoken in favor of this bill. Much to Representative Mara, we do need to do more for home-based programs as we move forward, and making sure that it is more equitable in terms of funding. But I do appreciate the work that has been done on this bill, and looking forward to it hopefully passing out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, kind sir. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, thank you. We did just find out that it does include private centers and homes. So I'm hoping this is something we can work on, because if they have to do it even if they don't get the money. So I'm going to flag a no, and I am hopeful that we can get that piece fixed. Thank you.
I appreciate that clarification, and for LCO running right on over to ensure that we have the best information possible. Senator Kushner online.
Thank you. I am so, I'm very happy that we are working on the issue of early childhood, and I've heard others speak about the importance of this. I want to echo the positives in this, but also look at how do we really address the rate increases that we need to give centers, because we know that the costs of educating our children are far exceeding what the rates are. So I hope that as we move forward, we will continue to look at that issue and bring even more money to this much needed education source for all of our kids. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator. Madam, Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder if I could just ask a conceptual question. This bill is tremendously important. All right, I understand it, and I support its concept, but I do share Rep. Mara's concern about picking winners and losers. So, Mr. Chairman, is it possible that we could treat this bill as a work in process and try to make it more inclusive of all of the tentacles of our child care system?
Kind sir, I think every bill that we have today is going to be a work in progress. Yes.
Okay, I'm going to vote it yes out of committee, but I really think that the feedback deserves just a little extra consideration if we can do that. I really appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. And I see the folks in the front row here in the room, and I know they're eager to get to work on a number of these provisions. And with one final comment, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I hear the comments today, and I think going forward, we will correct where the intention of these compensation scale is going. So I think that will be able to go forward. If I may have this privilege, I just want to give a shout out for the Even Start programs. They are so important in our state, and they have not been funded properly over the years. So I'm very anxious to encourage everyone to take a look, and we'll support those programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, the Even Starts. I remember day one having a conversation with one of their most ardent advocates with respect to their programming. And so hopefully we can fund those appropriately as they move along. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on HB 6759, an act concerning early childhood, JFS to appropriations, LCO 6375. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Winfield,
Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes work in process yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley, Representative Dauphiné,
Rep. Dauphiné votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Foncella, Representative Jenga, Representative Gibson,
Representative Gibson votes yes.
one more time, Representative.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
One more time, say it a bit slower, please.
Yes.
Second,
I vote yes.
Thank you. Representative Haynes. Senator Harding. Representative Howard.
Rep. Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson.
Representative Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson.
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller. Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris.
Representative Paris enthusiastically votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Poulos.
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez. Representative Robert Sanchez. Senator,
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
thank you. Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara is flagging it and voting no.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes no, because I'm hoping that that private piece without funding is going to be fixed.
Mr. Chair, may I vote?
Yes, sorry.
Representative Fonsallo votes yes.
Do we miss anybody online? All right, moving along. Item number 6 on our agenda for Senate Bill 1198 LCO 6278 may I have a motion for a JFS to the floor. I have a motion. I have a motion by Representative Leeper, a second by Senator Berthel. I'm sorry, Senator, he's not even sitting there. Senator Winfield, second. Apologies on that, good sir. I'm going to turn this over to Representative Leeper. She and Senator Kushner have been leading the efforts with this working group to go through the bill and its changes. Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Senator Kushner. She's been a phenomenal partner in this work, as has been every member who committed quite a bit of time to our working group. So in summary, we recommend continuing the working group so that we can continue to explore the role of requiring maintenance on these state-funded HVAC investments, as well as a system for equitable distribution of funding. DAS will collect these inspections and evaluation reports. This also pushes the implementation for the annual tools for schools inspections out to 2024. Then starting in 2025, every 5 years, inspections and evaluations by a certified technician will be required. It's those reports that will be sent from the districts to DAS. And then also allows for the allocation of the bonding funds to the Heating, Ventilation, and Air Conditioning Systems Grant Program, which was established last year. And then lastly, the Department of Public Health will set temperature and humidity guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions or comments on this? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Leeper, for all of the good work that went into this proposal. Could you just clarify that the last section, Section 5 of the bill, requires the Commissioner of Public Health to establish is it guidance only on the thermal comfort range in the schools? I know it was established, and the work that was given saying it was difficult. So is that flexibility on that piece?
Representative Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the good ranking member. Yeah, I'm happy to have the opportunity to confirm that this is just guidelines as schools are updating their indoor mechanical means for fresh air, air conditioning and heating so that they know what the target comfort range is.
Thank you very much.
Representative Zuckus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. During the public hearing, I believe there was a couple of principals that testified and asked that a principal be put on that task force. So I'm just wondering if that is a possibility.
I think that, again, as these continue to be work in progress, we definitely want to ensure we have all the right voices around the table to better inform us. Absolutely. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I might, I'm going to ask the proponent of the bill, when it comes to these grants, how are we going to apply the equitable distribution or the need that's listed in section 1?
Representative Leeper.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to my good colleague, that is for the future consideration of the continued working group to determine. So that's one of the things they'll continue to study, how we can come up with such a formula.
Representative Belinsky.
Well, I mean, I have a concern regarding this particular piece of the bill, because of what it does is it puts the work group in charge of the discretionary distribution of grants, when in fact this, which is a 20-year effort to provide healthy indoor air quality for schools, which also began as a as a public health issue. When we introduce air conditioning grants and other type of criteria into this, let me ask you this question. Let's just say there's a hypothetical school in a hypothetical town, and it's not a town of need. Let's just say, for argument's sake, it's the town's name is Fairfield. And let's say that in that mythical town, there happens to be a school building that has had no maintenance work done on its heating and ventilation, air conditioning systems, pretty much since it's been built. And let's just say, for argument's sake, the name of that school is McKinley. And people are getting sick in that school, getting horribly sick, disabling.
Representative Belinsky, I'm going to just ask you, we don't typically entertain hypotheticals, I believe, within committee when asking questions on pieces of legislation. If you have a specific question for a specific school, I say we just ask the question directly. But if we're going to ask in hypotheticals, I'm going to simply allow the proponent to decide whether or not she would like to answer that or not. So,
Should we have a school that actually turns out to be one that has a serious unhealthy air quality issue that is making teachers, staff members, and children sick, some of them to the point of disablement, versus in a community of low need versus a community of higher need that has classrooms that are warm? Which of those schools would receive the priority of the grant? The one that has contamination to the point of making people sick, or the one where we're uncomfortable with the temperature range?
And I think that's a great question for you to bring to the working group, as they're going to be deciding on guidelines that they recommend that come back to us to be able to make final recommendations on how this money is distributed.
Okay.
Sure. Senator Kushner online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank Representative Leeper for her participation in this endeavor. And I think, as she mentioned, it has been really a very fruitful discussion because we have had so many of the stakeholders at the table and really reached consensus, which I find remarkable when we have people representing different interests. And so that was is such a good experience. I think that's why we want to continue it. And I think to the question about equity, one thing that should be clear to folks here is that the working group did not engage in the distribution of the grants. That was done through DAS, and it wasn't, we didn't play any role in it in terms of the first $150 million. I think the discussion we need to have in the group is there guidance we can give? And as the chair correctly said, anything we decide in the working group is only a recommendation that would come back to the full committee. But I do think that it's one of many things that we can continue to discuss. What is clear is we have a goal and a vision of every school in Connecticut having really good indoor air quality. And I think the working group is very unified in that vision. So I'm very pleased that this bill has come through the committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your work, good Senator. Any other questions? Or Representative Belinsky for the second time?
Just a quick comment. I want to thank Senator Kushner for that very, very thorough explanation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, seeing no other comments or questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on SB 1198, an act implementing the recommendations of the School Indoor Air Quality Working Group, JFS to the floor, LCO 6278. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno, Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley, Representative Dauphiné,
Representative Dauphiné votes no.
Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes, Senator Harding, Representative Howard,
Howard votes no.
Representative Dominique Johnson,
Representative Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Sorry, can you tell me just what bill number we're on, just so I'm sure?
this is SB 1198.
Okay, Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Maroney votes yes.
Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee,
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
one more time, Senator, please.
I'm sorry, Rosalie. Senator Miller votes yes.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Napoli, Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Poulos,
Rep Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez. Representative Robert Sanchez.
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Representative Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Have we missed any members online? No. And just a reminder again, we will be holding votes open this evening, or hopefully later this afternoon.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes, Representative Napoli.
Rep. Napoli votes yes. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you receive that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Moving along to item number 7 for Senate Bill 1094 LCO 6369. May I have a motion for a JFS to the floor, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Bethel, a second by Representative McCarty. 1094, which is Act concerning the implementation of reading models or programs. This subject is nothing new to this committee and to all those who have been actively engaged and involved. You'll see in the bill, section 1 permits some partial implementation over a 2-year period of time. We also added some technical conforming changes, and we have repealed the section requiring SC to have a director of reading initiatives. The substitute language that you see before you gives district waivers until July 125 to implement the reading model or the program. Originally it gave it to July 123. Directs the Center for Literacy Research to review the issues relating to implementing the reading curriculum model. There were a number of people involved and had their fingerprints on this piece of legislation to ensure that it looks like what it does in front of you today. Our good ranking member McCarty has been instrumental in trying to find ways in which that our districts will have flexibility, especially those who will not be granted a waiver. If and when, well, not if, when those waivers are reviewed and decided upon. And so I just wanted to take a moment and thank her for her work on this. And with that, I'm sure she will have comments, so I will turn it over to her. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And to begin, I would just like to comment that I don't think there's anything more important that we can do in education than to assure that all of our children are reading by grade 3, most likely by first grade, but independently by grade 3. So I think most of us in education would espouse to that we have to have all of our children reading by grade 3. This particular piece of legislation did cause some consternation throughout our districts, only in the sense that some thought that their curriculum could work. And it was a little prescriptive that there were 91 districts that actually applied for the waivers for this implementation. So I'm very delighted. I want to recognize Senator Miller for all of the great work that she has done in this regard over many years, and that we're all in alignment with that goal. But we did ask if there would be a possibility for the Implementation Council to look at that area, because if districts are not granted the waiver with the prescribed commercialized programs that were in the bill, we wanted to see if there could be some flexibility to bring in the literacy coaches, because I think we would all agree the most important piece on early literacy is to have the teachers trained in teaching early literacy. So that's what we're asking, that there'll be some flexibility looked at with the waiver process, that if the district can look and say, well, we'd like to use this curriculum, but we're interested in working with the department to ensure that all of our students are reading by grade 3. So over the course of this bill, we've had continuous conversations. I would like to recognize CAPS and the Commission on Women and Children and Seniors that have worked on this as well, to be sure that we allow some flexibility. And in talking with the Department of Education on the waiver process, for some districts, it was cumbersome. That is still an opportunity if they would like, and working on the waiver, that to look to see if they can be granted the waiver. I think that's still ongoing, but I'm very appreciative for the extra language in section 5. I think it does give the flexibility. The council will continue to look at the issues related to the implementation. And I'd like to thank both you and Senator McCrory, Senator Miller, for the latitude that you've given to help try to make this piece of legislation even better moving forward. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. And with respect to section 5, yes, and the ability to provide that additional technical assistance, also a huge thank you to Commissioner Russell Tucker and her team for the almost literal 11th hour last night, getting us language that you have in front of you today. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to the comments that have already been made, I want to just share that prior to the meeting, we had a quick conversation with Laura Stefan, who's here in the room, regarding the waiver process. And we have a verbal commitment from the department to, and this I think will relieve some of the comments that we heard in our caucus this morning and likely on your side as well, that they're willing to continue to accept those waiver applications into June. So that will, there were many districts that got burdened down, too many pages, they didn't have the resources, and they missed the deadline. And the reality is that the department continued to work with those districts. They were reaching out and addressing concerns. But I'm thankful to the commissioner through her chief of staff to allow us to announce that they will continue to work with our school systems to get those waivers in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, and we do appreciate that that flexibility with the department, and I think they received almost double what they had anticipated, I think, getting. And so obviously, as we always like to remind folks, SDE is severely understaffed and under-resourced. And so with the additional waiver applications, it's going to take that much longer to get these reviewed and decisions sent out. Senator Seminara.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted on the waiver, I just wanted some clarification. I recognize that nobody has received their approval of their waiver yet, but once it is received, does that mean that they don't need to apply anymore for the waiver once it's received? And if they're assuming that they're continuing to meet all the requirements, that they no longer have to apply for a waiver? Or I'm just looking for some clarity around that.
If they are abiding by the conditions that they submitted for the waiver, then they likely would not need to apply for another waiver.
So it's like a one-time thing, unless maybe they change their reading curriculum or programming.
That would be my understanding.
Great, terrific. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, just another question on that same line, please. Is there a chance for schools to complete a waiver later on in the process? Let's say, for instance, they go along with this program and they find that this is not working and they want to try something else.
As it's currently written, no.
Okay, thank you.
Comments or questions? Representative Dominic Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I almost didn't say this, but I'll be very brief. As somebody who represents two very different school systems, I want to commend the leadership in, I know that one of the school systems has some of the highest test scores in the state. They really appreciate the flexibility of the waiver. And in Norwalk, we are already using a science of reading program. And so I think this is a bill and what I'm seeing here is going to work for two drastically different, hopefully drastically different systems. That's my hope. And I think there's a lot of promise. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I do want to give a shout out to Representative Sanchez ×2 for their district and the quick and swift decision and implementation. New Britain is not waiting. New Britain has done a tremendous amount of work around this to get professional development in place, training, materials, and the like. And I truly hope that they become a model for what many of our districts should be doing. With that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on SB 1094, an act concerning the implementation of reading models or programs, JFS to the floor, LCO 6369. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory. Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper.
Yes.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno. Representative Belinsky.
Belinsky's a yes.
Representative Brown.
Representative Brown, yes.
Representative Candelaria. Representative Carney.
Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky.
Chalesky, yes.
Representative Cook. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley, yes.
Representative Dauphiné. Representative Felipe. Senator Flexer. Representative Foncella.
Representative Foncella votes yes.
Representative Jenga.
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson. Representative Haynes. Senator Harding. Representative Howard.
Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson.
Representative Dominique Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson.
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney. Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli.
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris.
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Poulos.
Yes.
Representative Rader. Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez. Representative Robert Sanchez.
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Rep. Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Rep. Zupkis votes yes.
Is there anybody online that we may have missed? All right. We are going to jump over to number 9 on our agenda. So for Senate Bill 1200 LCO 6314, may I have a motion for a JFS to the floor, please?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Senator Bedell, a second by Senator Winfield.
Bill.
Oh, we can go second by Senator Miller. You could have it.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 1200, an act concerning special education. Section number 1, what this is doing is that will omit the federal one-time dollars that have been infused into our districts from being used to calculate net pupil expenditures. What the unintended consequences of that is that you now have a number that is a false number that is being used to figure things such as like your excess cost. And so you now have a higher threshold to meet for your 4.5 times. That is only doing more damage to your district than not. So that would remove those federal dollars from those net pupil expenditures. Section 2 is the remote learning, which would allow the students with IEPs and adds the 504s. We also have the existing special ed task force that we are updating that, as you can see, includes provisions of services supports to students identified as gifted and talented. I think sometimes people either don't know or often forget that when you are identified as talented and gifted, that is also a special education identifier. And so we want to ensure that the conversations are being had around our gifted and talented students as gifted and talented students as well. We are adding 2 new members to that task force. And I'm sure others will come out of the woodwork as we move this along to see if they can have their voice heard at that table as well. Section 4 gives parents the right to translation services at PPT meetings. If you remember, we had this conversation when the EL Bill of Rights came before us. So we want to ensure that the ability to have the interpreter is made possible for that family. Section number 5, this prohibits the charter school applications from asking about the student's need for special ed services. This was done simply to put all applications in line with one another. We found that there was just one or two that asked for that identifier. They weren't using it to screen out the students, but just perception-wise, it's always better to have things be uniform across the board. Section 6 is our student restraint and seclusion. So we have made a number of changes within the restraint and seclusion statutes, including the way in which parents and guardians are notified, when they should be notified, and also that when a student is taken out for that seclusion, as it reads now in current law, it's a certified staff or it's a staff member. And so that likely may not be always the best person to be sometimes sitting a room over through a window, obviously observing a child. And so what we want to do is that if there is an instance where a child has to be secluded, obviously there's something else going on. And so we want to ensure that there is somebody with the appropriate training and to be able to sit with that student and help them work through whatever it is they're going through to get them back into the classroom. Because at the end of the day, obviously they're getting time taken from them for their learning experience. And that is the last thing that we want. Section 7 expands the school-based health center grants. Section 8 requires SDE to post online all documents about due process hearing decisions. And that was section 8. Section 9 prohibits our boards from disciplining employees who participate in the 504 meetings. We've kind of been chipping away at that over the last couple of years to ensure that all the right voices are heard around those particular tables, especially those who are interacting with students one-on-one, more so than many of other people who are sitting around that table. Our substitute language adds in a number of different provisions. Some of I've already touched on. It also talks about what we have banned with respect to the seclusion. And also at the end removes the provision allowing injured parties to bring a claim in superior courts. And with that, I will open it up for comments and or questions. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I keep saying this is the most important bill. Every time a bill that comes up, they're all important, but I think this one is particularly important. And I support all of the sections in the proposal. Excuse me. I think on the section 6 that we're talking about, student restraint and seclusion, if you were at the hearings, and unfortunately the laws that we have referring to restraint and seclusion have not been implemented properly after listening to everyone at the hearing. So I think these provisions really outline what the schools can do in that regard. They're not to use the seclusion for any purposes other than for an extreme emergency where the child is in imminent danger to himself or to others. I think that's an important piece, but we need to continue to monitor to be sure that the law is being followed in this regard. We also look through the notification to parents, I think is another important provision that we curtail the use of restraint and seclusion in our schools if it's ongoing. I don't think anything beneficial has come out of it. Data has shown that in fact it could have the opposite impact on safety for teachers and our students in the schools. So I think this bill tries to look to help to enforce what we currently have on the books, but to add extra provisions in the proposal that ensures that this is what that our districts are following the laws that we have in place. So I think we did our utmost to try to improve that area. I think on the Other areas, the school-based health centers and employee participation in the 504 planning. I think all of those are very good provisions. So I'm happy to support this proposal.
Thank you very much, Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to echo some of the ranking member's thoughts just now. Especially want to draw attention to section 6 and just thank the committee for their thoughtfulness in how we are approaching this very sensitive subject of seclusion with children. This is something I'm hoping moving forward, it will provide a safe space for not only the students, but also it takes into consideration the need to protect our teachers within the schools. So again, just wanted to thank the committee for approaching this with thoughtfulness and care, and just lend my enthusiastic support for the expansion of these school-based health centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to offer this to be put on our consent calendar.
Are there any objections to placing this on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we will do so. So moved. All right, moving along to item number 10 on our agenda, Senate Bill 1201 LCO 6344. May I have a motion for a JFS change of reference to finance, revenue, and bonding, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative McCarty. Senate Bill 1201 is our annual act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes. This has a number of projects which are included that have been previously voted out by the building projects. I'm forgetting the name of the meeting in which the leadership of this committee attended prior to this year, this meeting, to authorize these to be placed on the priority list. This adds DESP commissioner and the tech system board chairperson to the council's membership of the School Building Projects Advisory Council membership. Obviously with a focus on safety of our schools, it only makes sense to seem to have DESP on that body. And now that the tech system is their own entity, to include them as well simply makes a bit of sense. Also, the most important, well, not most important, section 5, the use of the federal funds. This would allow any town rather than only the priority school districts to use federal funds to finance a school building project, which will be considered part or all of the town's local share. The substitute language that you'll see here added the 2 projects for Norwich that Senator Austin had discussed prior at that previous meeting. I will say I did have the opportunity, along with Senator McCrory, to visit a number of the schools in Norwich. And if you had the opportunity to do the same, you would understand why these schools are on the priority list for this year. And hopefully we'll be able to get the conditions of those schools addressed so students have a bit more sense of pride within the schools that they are being educated. May I ask for any questions or comments, Senator Representative Susan Johnson?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just a question on a technical aspect of this. In terms of corrections from last year that would be addressed with respect to how the information is framed for the bonding and to the Department of Administrative Services. Is that in this bill or does that go somewhere else?
I'm sorry, Representative, could you ask your question again?
So say last year, a bill was approved for X number of dollars for a particular school district. And it was approved and voted on in the legislature. However, there was some language that needed correction in that particular approval. And so what I'm asking you is that supposed to go in this bill or is there another bill that it goes into?
If there's something that needs correcting that was in a prior school authorization bill.
Yeah, from last year.
That
That's
would
right.
be additional notwithstanding language likely that would be inserted on the floor.
Just want to make sure that we address that. That's all.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Representative. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Would you mind just going over section 3 and explain the grant reimbursement rate since there's a change?
Absolutely. So the current reimbursement percentage rates anywhere from 10 to 70%, and we're actually upping that to 10 to 80%. Thank you. Seeing no, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that this be put on our consent calendar.
Are there any objections to having this placed on the consent calendar? Seeing none, so moved. All right. We will move along to item number 11 on our agenda. So for House Bill 6757, LCO 6379, may I have a motion for a JFS to the floor? I have a motion. Need a second? I have a motion by Representative Leeper, a second by, I knew who that was. Oh, Representative Felipe. Sorry about that. House Bill 6757 is an act concerning teacher performance evaluation. And our good Vice Chair, Representative Leeper, has been helping to lead the efforts and working with all of the stakeholders around this particular issue. And so I'm going to turn it over to her for the update.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I feel like really this has been a major collaboration of many folks from all areas of our education community over the past 20 months. And while the statutory changes proposed in this legislation are minimal, and really the primary change you see before you today is the elimination of the 4 summative categories for teacher evaluation. This statutory change will enable the council that's been working on this for 20 months to make some really substantive and meaningful adjustments to our teacher evaluation within the regs, which is where the bulk of this work exists. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments? Yep. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much for your work again, Representative Leeper, on this, and I would ask that this be put on our consent calendar.
Are there any objections to having this placed on the consent calendar? Seeing none, so moved. Moving along to item number 12, for Senate Bill 1098, may I have a motion for a JF to the floor, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative Carney. Senate Bill 1098, and that concerning public education in the state, is one of our neutral vehicles in which we will simply move along just in case we need it. Senator Berthel. I'm sorry. Any questions or comments on this? All right. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on SB 1098, an act concerning public education in the state, JF to the floor. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Arzeno,
Reparseno votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Belinsky's a yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Chaleski votes no.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes no.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes,
Representative Haynes votes no.
Senator Harding, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson,
Representative Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson,
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes no.
Representative McGee, Senator Miller,
Senator Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli,
Representative Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Poulos,
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez, Representative Robert Sanchez,
Senator Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara votes no.
Representative Smith, Representative Welander,
Rep. Relander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Did we miss anybody online? All right, moving along to. item
excuse
number-
me,
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Cooley.
I apologize. I misread my notes. That should have been a yes vote for Representative Cooley.
thank you.
My apologies. I've been running between environment and ed and
It's what we
got
do
the wrong
here.
page in front of me.
Absolutely. It's a bear of a day. Item number. So for item number 13, for House Bill 6883, may I have a motion for a JF to the floor, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative Felipe. This is House Bill 6883 is not concerning students with developmental disabilities. So the speaker outlined this year that one of his top priorities was going to be primarily and first and foremost looking at ways in which we can deal with the wait list with respect to a number of the residents in the state, and especially a number of our younger residents within the state. And out of that grew a much larger initiative and ways in which that a number of committees could touch on not only the IDD community, but here with respect to education, the special education community. And so after a number of meetings with advocates, with parents, with students, with everybody under the sun that people could have met with, you have the bill in front of you as it reads today. We are simply JFing this to the floor because this will be an ongoing conversation, as we say, a work in progress, as we ultimately decide what we can and cannot roll into what 5001 will ultimately be. But I think that as a committee, we have truly set forth a list of priorities and ways in which we think that we may best address the needs of our special education community. I know we have put a number of new requirements upon the State Department of Education. Where we have done so, we have used that language with respect to the reclassification of positions to be able to achieve some of the things that we have set forth here. But I do want to take a moment to thank Dave Desjardins, who is one of the attorneys in House Dems, and Weston Stevens, who is my UConn Law intern, for the work that they have done in helping to coordinate a number of these meetings. And also a shout out to both Representatives Case and Dathan for their bipartisan leadership on the overall 5001 bill as it continues to move through each and every committee and ultimately to the floor of the House for a vote. And with that, I'll open it up for questions or comments. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and you explained the bill very well, and I think we're all very pleased to be able to support it. I just wanted to point out in section 2, the online listing of transition services by state agency. I think that's an excellent provision in the bill, since we've heard how difficult it is sometimes for parents to understand what resources are available. And I think this is really going to unify this process by having our agencies also list what services they will be able to apply. So I'm very pleased to support it. And as you already recognized, everyone, I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I think one of the biggest concerns and what we were looking to also address was simply the communication and the collaboration between districts and families and ensuring folks have the information. And also to ensure that those who are interacting with the children, such as our special ed teachers and providers, I know we have Representative Khan as a member of our committee here today, who this is work that she does day in and day out. And she has been a tremendous voice to getting this to where this is today and ensuring we have that more of a collaborative approach when it comes to working with our families. Any questions or comments? Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I saw my colleague did not ask or raise her hand, so I will just for clarification purposes ask you in this proposal, there was some questions within our caucus as to whether or not these services would apply to special education students, not necessarily IDD students that would be transitioning.
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Representative McCarty?
No.
Oh, no.
Excuse me, if you'll give me one moment, please. Yes, this is, we can add this proposal very willingly to a consent calendar.
Are there any objections to placing this on the consent calendar? Seeing no objections, so moved. Next up, we have item number 14, House Bill 6762. May I have a motion for
So
advance
moved.
to the floor? I have a motion by Senator Berthel, second by Senator McCrory. Again, this is another vehicle in our toolbox so that we may use, that we may need to use when things are being moved to the floor. Any discussion, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Roll call vote on HB 6762, an act concerning schools, JF to the floor. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Arzeno,
Representative votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Belinsky, yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky,
Representative Chalesky votes no.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes no.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative Felipe,
Yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes no.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Haynes,
Representative Haynes votes no.
Senator Harding, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson,
Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson,
Representative Susan Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy, Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes no.
Representative McGee, Senator Miller,
Miller votes yes.
Representative Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Representative Poulos,
Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Roberts votes yes.
One more time, Representative.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Emmanuel Sanchez. Representative Robert Sanchez.
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes no.
Representative Smith. Representative Welander.
Rep. Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Is there anybody that we may have missed online? Or in the room? All right. Again, we will be holding votes open after this meeting for likely an hour, but we will solidify that once we get toward the end of the meeting. Item number 15 for House Bill 6879 LCO 6351. May I have a motion for a JFS to the floor, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative Leeper. House Bill 6879 is an act concerning teacher certification. To help, obviously it's no secret, and we've been talking about this for quite some time now this session and before, we have a teacher shortage issue. And we also have teacher certifications that have not been examined, reviewed, or looked at in totality in likely 2 or 3 decades. And we appreciate under the leadership of the governor, he has brought a number of people together to begin this discussion. A lot of work has already gone on behind the scenes with a number of the folks that you see listed within the commission in the legislation. So we have the right people, we believe, to be able to come back and give us additional recommendations to either make this more streamlined, to make this a bit easier, while not devaluing the profession itself. We also have a number of regs that are out of date, that are in contradiction, and so on and so forth. So simply looking to have a complete revamp and cleanup of our teacher certification process. If you want to go through, we have section 1, which goes ahead, keeps the we go back to the K-6 certification. So if folks are having or receiving questions on that, there's ongoing discussions between the State Department of Education and the Office of Early Childhood on possibly allowing for an additional year of that flexibility for those who are kind of stuck in limbo. But I think we're going to wind up having some good language at the end of this. But you see that we have just updated a bunch of different sections, added the Commission to Modernize the Educated Workforce, and we hope that we have some really great recommendations to be able to move forward to really help get our pipeline back as robust as it should be. And with that, I'll open it up for questions and comments. Representative McCarty.
I think we can offer this proposal up for consent.
Are there any objections? I'm moving this to consent. Seeing none, so moved. Moving along to House Bill 6880 LCO 6380. May I have a motion for a JFS to the floor?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative McCarty. 6880 is an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statute. So section 1 deals with the curriculum and the posting or the availability of that curriculum. We simply remind folks within state statute of the Federal Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which allows parents to inspect upon request the curriculum being used within their respective districts. The school meal nutritional posting, this will require the school boards to post that each school meal's nutritional value complies with the USDA requirements. They must post this online in the cafeteria. Section 3, the access to adult education, it broadens that to not only current mothers, but also fathers under the age of 17 years old. Remote learning, it requires SDE to simply update their remote learning their plan for a statewide remote learning school. School board meetings, it would require them to make agendas and associated documents available for public inspection. We found that especially during the budget processes, that districts that were going to hold meetings and discuss their proposed budget, whether that was the superintendent's proposed budget, they were not making that available to the general public, and they were having to go through FOI to get that done. So they should simply be posting that along with their agendas. Session 6, which hopefully will allow for additional voices when it comes to the trajectory of the education system here in Connecticut. We'll create a parent advisory and also a teacher advisory committee that will meet periodically with the State Department of Education to be able to provide insight and opinions on all the goings on within their respective districts. Section 7 is in response to the outreach we had from the Epilepsy Foundation folks. And this will require the school boards provide the in-service training on emergency response to seizures. We have some after-school grant program recipient lists or language, some updating to CERC, and also the last section 11 just simply pushes out the date for implementation of last year's free menstrual products by 1 year to 2024. The substitute language, sorry about that. With respect to the school meals, they're going to simply post the compliance with the USDA nutritionals rather than the value itself. I apologize, that's what I said earlier. We actually do remove the ability to sell whole milk, and we have renumbered a number of other sections. Any comments or questions on that? Yep, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate many sections and provisions here, particularly the one on the SDE continuing the plan for the remote learning for a learning school. But I would offer that this proposal could be up for consent.
Are there any objection to placing this on consent? Seeing none, so moved. We're going to go back to agenda item number 8 for Senate Bill 1199 LCO 6300. May I have a motion for a JFS change of reference to appropriations?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Senator McCrory. I didn't see where that second came from. Second by Representative Cooley. Let me go back to.
Yeah,
I'm going to turn this over to my good co-chair, Senator McCrory.
Oh, right, absolutely. This bill is a bill that we've been working on since I've been here in this committee, and it really speaks to exactly what it says. It's accuracy, equity in our schools, and what we're trying to do here, which is to find ways to improve and diversify our teaching population. So I'll go by each section real quickly. The first section is what requires SDE to establish an educator apprenticeship initiative program. What's happening right now is federal government has resources available. The state of Tennessee has created an apprenticeship program for teachers, people who want to go in the teaching profession. What we found in the state of Connecticut and what we find historically and nationally is many of teachers of color are coming to the profession not from the traditional teacher preparation programs from their undergraduate degree. They are moving in after and using it as a second career. And what we want to do in the state of Connecticut is provide opportunities for more individuals to go and change careers and become educators and diversify our workforce. So that's sexually what we're doing in section 1. Section 2 and 3 requires by March 15th of 2020, each school submit a plan of action for their school districts and how they're going to go about diversifying their schools. And basically we're changing the name from minority in section 4, we're changing the name for Minority Teachers Scholarship Program to the name of Aspiring Educators Diversity Scholarship Program. Section 5 is, again, section 5 through 7, it changes the name of Minority Teacher Recruitment Oversight Council, which we already have, to Increasing Educator Diversity Policy Oversight Council. 5 and 7 is just a name change. Section 8 eliminates the requirement that we talked about earlier, where our individuals, even in this program, will now have to do all 3 areas in the field experience before they become certified. Section 9 allows SB to issue an adjunct professor to allow teachers who are non-tenured, who works in the colleges, to teach in our schools. Essentially, what that means is, unfortunately, right now in Connecticut, if Barack Obama wanted to come back and teach civics in our schools right now, he will not be able to do that. That's somebody said, good. I hear you. I hear you. I'm just such a good mood. It's Friday, so I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna let that land right where it land. I hear you, because I could say a whole lot of people I want in my school teaching either, but we're gonna keep it peaceful today. Or a professor at Yale who's have a PhD in chemistry or physics, they cannot come into our schools and teach our kids, and our kids will probably really benefit from someone to have that experience. And also think about this, folks. People who attend private schools, right, where we spend $30,000-$40,000 a year to teach our kids, those teachers don't have degrees of certifications like we do. And they're some of the best in the business going to those schools and teach their kids. So we want our kids in our traditional public school system to also benefit from that. My favorite part, section 10, model curriculum. Within our model curriculum, we want to teach our kids how to write in cursive. Right. We want to teach our kids how to write in cursive. Unfortunately, so many of our young people, yeah, I see you over there. I ain't gonna call your name clerk, but they don't even know how to read and write in cursive. So we want to make that a part of our model curriculum. Section 13 removes the non-lapsing language and refers to additional funds and open choice program. Oh, talk about this for days. No, he said don't do it. Yeah, we're gonna put resources in play for our children who are leaving their neighborhood schools. We have this program. I'm gonna say a little bit. I gotta educate everybody on this committee. It's my responsibility. We have this program called Choice, right? Open Choice program in the state of Connecticut. And if you're not familiar with the Open Choice program in the state of Connecticut, the Open Choice program, which really started as Project Concern in Hartford, whereby students from those communities get the opportunity to have experience and work and go to school in communities outside of their own and well-resourced communities. And that was our response to Brown versus Board. Yeah, that was our response. And I don't want to go too much in detail. Basically, what we're going to do is provide supports for those children and for those families who are leaving their school district and going out to other school districts. And all that support just doesn't apply to the children, the families, but it also supports for the teachers and administrators that are going to be working with these children who they may not be familiar with, provide them professional development on how to work with those children and how to work with those parents and how to support them while they're in their schools. So that's what's going on in that part of the language. Section 16 and 17, we have $475 to promote teaching in our school systems. 18 and 19 is to provide grant opportunities for organizations that encourage kids of color to go into the teaching profession. And what those organizations are, I give you a little sample, and maybe fraternities, it may be organizations, it may be educational institutions to encourage our children to go in the field of education. Yeah, and there might be a miscommunication or misunderstanding. We'll continue to work on this. These scholarships will be provided for students who have graduated from a priority school district. It's for students who graduate from priority school districts. And it is not spelled out initially or clearly enough. It's for any child who graduates from a priority school district, whether you yellow, green, white, or vice versa. So that's why. Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for clarifying that, Senator. But I have two questions. On line 163, it says any amounts repaid, because some of these are repaid depending, under this subsection shall be deposited in the general fund. As I understand it, the money comes out of SDE. So the money comes out of SDE, but if it's repaid, it goes back into the general fund versus going back to SDE. And I know money's always a struggle everywhere. And so just curious as to why it wouldn't go back to SDE.
I believe, let me read. What section was that again, please? I'm sorry.
It is
13.
Let me look. Section 4?
Section
4. It's on line 163 and 164.
Way over here, 163.
Is it section? Yeah, it's section 4, number 5.
Section 4, number 5. Any amount we pay. Okay. Oh, so how does this program works currently when we just passed this legislation last year is In this particular account, the amount of services or resources available for those wraparound services I just spoke about, the professional development for teachers, and the bonuses actually for school districts that take more children in the choice program, is based on a formula. And in that formula, what they're saying is there are lapses in that formula, and there was actually a couple of $3-4 million that have not and was not spent. And what we're saying here, and what we're saying here, up to a certain amount of dollars, and which is probably appropriation, up to $2 million. Anything after that will go back to our general fund that's not spent. So currently, right now, if we didn't pass this legislation, there will be an extra about $8 million in that fund. And we don't want all of it to go back. We want to make sure we have enough resources in play to make sure those things are taken care of in the budget.
Right. Thank you. I'm fighting for SDE here. And my second question is kind of the same thing on line 421. It talks about the department shall use funds appropriated to the department's personnel services for filling 4 staff positions, which is reclassified, which I think is great. But I hear from SDE and all the agencies that they're all understaffed. And
Yep.
so my question would be, if they're understaffed now, how are they going to do this?
Want me to answer, or you take it? You want to take it?
Yeah, so I think that right now, there are 70 something unfilled positions that are funded. We are simply trying to do our part and our best to gently nudge the powers that be to move this process along. And so if by helping them to do so, we are reclassifying and requiring that within the legislation, hopefully that helps get those positions filled.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. And I am going to be a no on this to flag it. But I do believe there's some good things in here. And I think as everybody here, we want every child to be educated and advocated for. But thank you.
Thank you. Representative Shaleski, followed by Representative Howard online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addition to cursive, we're also adding world language to the model curriculum, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so, and I love that idea. My children in elementary school were exposed to world language. My only concern with that is that staffing is such an issue at the secondary level, where it's required for high school graduation and also, college applications. So this may, cause a further staffing shortage at the secondary level, but appreciate everything in this bill, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Yeah, just for the note that the model curriculum is permissive. It's not something that we're required to do. But I know, just like you, I had experience to learn. I don't think they called it world language when I was in kindergarten, first grade. But I learned how my uno dos tres in kindergarten, first grade. But if you think about it, if I was able to continue to learn it from kindergarten all the way through my 6th grade year, I probably will be able to speak multiple languages, because that's the time to start introducing languages to children when they were at kindergarten level. Unfortunately, we do it up here in high school level, and we get what we get. So if we give our kids a little dose of it at an early age, some of it will stick with them. Like I said, I learned all the right words in elementary school, and I learned all the bad words when I was on the street. So I knew the difference on the bus. Exactly. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Representative Howard online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps a question I could direct to the Senate Chairman if possible. We have talked a lot this year about teacher shortage, teacher recruitment. I venture a guess we might talk about that a bit more in a few minutes. I'm looking at this bill, and I certainly understand the need and the desire to diversify our teaching profession. And I'm just curious if there's perhaps a way we could do this where we could address that as well as the teacher shortage by opening some of these avenues up to everybody, but perhaps prioritizing those who would diversify our teaching profession. So in other words, rather than, especially if there's excess funding, that it can be opened up to others so we can fill those positions. I'm just a little concerned that we're in an effort to create a faster or better way to recruit the diversified candidates, that we may be missing an opportunity to expand our teaching profession as a whole, while also working on prioritizing that. So as I see it, it doesn't appear that we're opening up to those individuals. And I'm just curious if there's perhaps an ongoing discussion we could have about that in the future.
Senator McCrory.
Yeah, absolutely. Good, very good question. So these teacher preparation programs are not new. And actually, I was an individual that came through the teacher art program back in the second year. And that program is open up to for everyone, no matter if you're a person of color or if you're white or if you're green, whatever matter. We want to, again, these dollars will expand opportunities to support programs like that also. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm confident in my relationship with Senator McCrory that we can continue to have that conversation. I think that we could meet that. I'm going to join one of my colleagues and vote no to flag this today. Though there are parts of this bill that especially cursive, I think he's spot on. So I encourage that, and I'm glad to have that continuing conversation. And I thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no further question. Oh, Representative Cooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the leadership for pushing cursive, which is for me a big issue because it's the first tools that kids really use and manipulate. And it's so important, not just for those later in writing, but also going into the trades. But I did want to mention, I do like the adjunct teaching part-time in the school system. We have a huge number of adjuncts that would probably love to teach, have the opportunity to teach in the public school system. When I started my career teaching college, I worked as an adjunct. This opportunity to teach in the public schools was not open. I taught at a private school. And I actually developed the social studies curriculum with Sherry Shemesh, who teaches at UConn for the Hebrew High School of New England. Our kids did great. And this is a big potential teaching group that can be a great benefit to our Connecticut public schools and keep them at the high level and bring those schools that need to come up to that level. And I thank the ranking members, both sides of the aisle, and the leadership for including that into this bill. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Actually, you're absolutely right. This is a wealth of resources out there that are not in our K-12 system that will probably benefit our K-12 students if they had the opportunity to go in and to share their life experience and their working experience with the children in our classroom. And also, again, in our shortage areas, we don't have a lot of calculus teachers out there. We don't have a lot of trigonometry teachers out there, but they are in our community colleges and our colleges and universities, and we can utilize them to come into our classrooms and help our children move forward. Then I think that's what we should be doing.
Representative Khan.
Thank you. Question. Section 13, I think we talked about it briefly, but I'm just trying to better understand it. Is that speaking to the open choice program?
Absolutely right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So is it the change is the amount that we are appropriating?
Yes. And not necessarily change the amount, because again, the amount we are appropriating is based on a formula of how many children have an opportunity to go to those programs, and it's usually based on a formula, and we don't know what that formula will look like. We don't know what those numbers will look like until October 1st. So what we're saying in this piece of legislation, that we're going to be able to use up to $2 million for that program. What traditionally has happened historically, where these dollars came from, there was always a lapse in those budgets, and sometimes it's like $6, $7, $8 million that was left in those line items, and they just were not used. They went back into the general fund. And what we want to do, we see there is an increase in enrollment in the choice program and open choice. So knowing that this year we only used about $1 million, and the number's going to be up, we want to make sure we have enough resources to make sure those kids and those families are supported with the wraparound services they need, and all the teachers and the educators also have the professional development, so they be able to work and work with the children and families that they may not be used to because they don't live in their neighborhoods. So we want to make sure we have enough resources and not give all the money back to the general fund to provide those supports for those communities.
Representative Khan.
Okay. So what is the amount currently?
Currently, oh, I'm sorry. Currently, right now, the first $500,000 goes to the school district to take more students that they actually accounted for the 40 programs. The next $500,000 will go towards a CERC that provides the professional development, and the next $500,000 go around to nonprofit organizations that provides the support. I don't think that's enough. And that comes out to about $1.5 million. So basically what this saying is we just want to bump that up to about $2 million because we know the numbers in those programs are increasing.
Representative Khan.
Okay. I think, I know I've had students that have participated in open choice, and I understand I guess, thought behind this. My only thing is, I guess, wraparound services are needed in a lot of other schools. And if we're specifying to increase funding in wraparound services only for these open choice schools, which often are, the receiving schools are often well-performing schools, I just kind of struggle with that. I think, and I know 2 million isn't a lot if we were to try to put that. I mean, actually, if you're increasing it from what you are, it's not a lot, but that to me is, I don't know. So I'm not sure where I am, but I think my issue with this, and we all know, wraparound services are not needed in just an open choice school. And actually an open choice school, at least the ones that currently are participating off the receiving districts, are often pretty wealthy districts that have a lot of services. Do they have all the services that these kids might need? Probably not. I'm not sure, but neither do a lot of our other districts. So I don't know where I am with that.
So,
Senator McCrory.
yes, that was a very good question. And I'm glad you asked that question because, yeah, a lot of these school districts where our children are going to, they are well-resourced. But the children who are sending out there are not well-resourced. So we want to make sure we have resources for those kids. I'll give you an example. We want to make sure the children who are coming from Harvard, because the choice program at Harvard, they'll be, if the children, let's say in Avon, are going on a ski trip, we want to make sure our children are going on a ski trip also. If the children in Glastonbury are going to the theater, we want to make sure those children that are coming from Harvard can go to the theater also. So that's part of the wraparound services. But I'm happy to announce also that one of the nonprofit organizations is in your district and serves your kids. And they have decided to open up these opportunities, not just for the choice children, but any kid that live in that area. So that's another reason why we expanded the dollar amount so we can service not just the open choice kids, but the nonprofits that will be doing this work have said, hey, that's not fair. Just because one kid goes to an open choice program, Avon, their brother and sister might want to enjoy those experiences that they haven't do. And that's why the dollar amounts need to be increased. And that's why we're services not just the open choice children, but all the children in the city of Harvard. Through you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Khan.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So the money that's coming through this grant, I guess, does it have to be limited to specific things for students, or is it very open?
Senator McCrory.
No, it's not. That's the good thing about it. It's not limited to certain things. And also, what I also wanted to add is we also want to have resources for the children who don't live in the city of Harvard, for them to come into the city of Harvard and experience the culture, the lifestyle of the children who are they're going to school with. So it works both ways, right? So say for example, those kids in the choice program, they might have an event in Harvard or somewhere else, and they want to invite the kids from Avon, Salisbury, or where else, so they can come take part in it. That's why they need that's why those dollars do not have a specific why and how to use them, but it's open to all those experiences that we would like for our children to have, whether they're going to school outside there or the kids who from outside are coming into the city of Harvard. That's why we need extra dollars. Through you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, speaker, not speaker, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if I want that job. Representative Khan.
Okay. So I asked the question just because then is there something in place that would, let's just say, prevent a school from just using it for something else, a new park that, I don't know, or something else, anything else?
Senator McCrory.
Oh, very good question. Oh, absolutely not. No, these first of all, these dollars will not go to this particular school district itself. It'll go to a nonprofit organization that's going to do the service. So that can never happen. But I'm glad you asked that, because what we found 4 years ago, we were finding that many school districts that were taking choice program students were taking their dollars from the state and not using them on those kids. There was a huge article about that about 4 years ago, and that lit a fire under a lot of us up the Capitol. And we said that if we're going to be giving these dollars to these school districts, we want to make sure it benefits the children and not others. So that's why we made sure that these dollars are in account and they're going to be accounted for, and we can have a nonprofit organization doing it from the city of Hartford, making sure those kids are serviced. Through you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Representative Khan.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a final comment on section 10 on the model curriculum where the cursive writing and the world languages components were put in. I just wanted to clarify for everyone that this is for the model curriculum, which is not a mandate, and school districts can take from it what they would like to use. But I want to be clear that we're not mandating cursive writing or world languages in our school districts. I just wanted to make that point clear. And then secondly, the section 11, allowing school districts to provide high school graduation credit and identifying the LEAP program and other credit recovery programs. Well, I think it's extremely important that we address our students that may have had attendance issues and help them to assure that they can graduate. I would like to be certain that we work in coordination and collaboration with the Department of Education on that high school requirement. So I think my point is to try to emphasize that in this direction, we have to be in concert with the Department of Education moving forward, and recognizing that in many of these proposals, and I trust both of the chairs here, that we will continue the conversations, because if you look throughout, I do believe we have extra, we're asking the Department of Education to do so much. And we heard the comments today that we need to look at making sure those positions are there and that they do hire them. And I'm with you on that. But I just wanted to make that point. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on SB 1199, an act concerning equity in education, JFS 2 appropriations, LCO 6300. Representative Curry,
Yes.
Senator McCrory.
Yes.
Representative McCarty,
Representative McCarty votes yes. Got my name.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield,
Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno,
Representative, yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Belinsky votes yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chaleski,
Representative Chaleski votes yes.
Representative Cook, Representative Cooley,
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Fonsello,
Representative Fonsello votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative,
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
One more time, Representative.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes.
One more time, Representative.
Rep. Haynes votes yes.
One more time, say it a little slower, please.
Rep. Haynes votes yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Senator Harding. Representative Howard.
Rep. Howard votes no.
Representative Dominique Johnson.
Rep. Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Hi, Representative Khan. I'm going to pass for now. That's okay.
Senator Kushner,
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Mara,
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee, Senator Miller, Representative,
Representative McGee is here. I'm sorry. Can I pass?
sure. Representative Napoli,
Napoli votes yes.
one more time, Representative.
Napoli votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Paris, Representative Poulos,
Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader,
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez, Representative Robert Sanchez,
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara,
Senator Seminara flags this for language and votes no.
Representative Smith,
Representative Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander,
Representative Welander votes yes, with hopes that the language will be strengthened for protection of the funds.
Representative Zupkis,
Representative Zupkis votes no.
Did we miss anybody online? All right, moving right along to item number 17, House Bill 6882, LCO 6279. May I have a motion for a
So
JFS
moved.
to the floor? I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by Representative Leeper. This House Bill 6882 is an act concerning mandate relief. So we have talked quite a bit and have heard the word mandate quite a few times, not only this session, but in every session that I know that I have ever been a part of in the last 9 years. Each and every year, we ask folks what it is that exactly that they'd like to remove from their respective areas. And unfortunately, those are never usually provided. And so that then brings us to today, where we will be establishing that 11-member Education Mandates Review Task Force to go ahead and review and to make recommendations back to us so that we can ensure that whether they are out of date, whether they are collecting and sitting on a shelf, collecting dust, and not truly being used for whatever it is that they were originally being intended to be used for, that we can have that conversation and hopefully relieve our districts of some of the overly burdensome items that they have to check off their to-do list each and every year. We are also just aligning our existing in-service training requirements. And then lastly, we have the capstone project that is now permissive rather than required for graduation requirement. Are there any questions and or comments? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment that I'd like to make. If we look at the testimony of the Department of Education, perhaps when we go forward and looking at the language, we can combine section 1 and 2 and allow the task force to actually do that and relieve the Department of Education of one of those mandates we're talking about. And you are correct. This is a proposal that we have put in repeatedly over the years. So we would like to ensure that we're trying to do the best we can to relieve the mandate. And then just one final quick comment that I appreciate very much your leadership and the leadership of the committee allowing districts to continue with the capstone project. I had heard back on that when we were going to remove it, that some districts really appreciate using it. So thank you for that flexibility there. And with that, I believe we can add this to our consent calendar.
Is there any objection to having this added to the consent calendar? Seeing none, seeing so moved. And the irony is not lost on me that we are mandating a task force. So I'll just throw that out there. All righty. Let's see here. So 2 more items to go. So for item number 18 for House Bill 6881, may I have a motion for a straight change of reference to the Appropriations Committee? I have a motion by Senator Winfield, a second by Senator Berthel. This is again a straight change of reference to appropriations. Is there any comment on the motion itself? Senator Winfield. No. With that objection, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Item number 19 for House Bill 6884. May I have a motion for a straight change of reference to the Appropriations Committee?
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Berthel, a second by, what was that? Representative Belinsky. Is there any comment on the motion itself? Seeing none without objection, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. So we have now completed our final JF meeting of the 2023. Oh, that's right. Sorry, I got really excited. All right. May I have a motion? I don't need it. Rosalie, please read off the consent calendar and call for a vote.
Roll call vote on consent calendar 1 with SB 1197, an act concerning workforce development, SB 1200, an act concerning special education, SB 1201, an act concerning authorization of state grant commitments for school building projects and revisions to the school building project statutes, HB 6757, an act concerning teacher performance evaluations, HB 6883, an act concerning students with developmental disabilities, HB 6880, an act concerning assorted revisions to the education statutes, HB 6879, an act concerning teacher certification, HB 6882, an act concerning mandate relief. Representative Curry.
Yes.
Senator McCrory.
Yes.
Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator Berthel.
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Leeper.
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield, yes.
Representative Arzeno.
Representative votes yes.
Representative Belinsky.
Walensky, yes.
Representative Brown.
Representative Brown, yes.
Representative Candelaria.
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney.
Representative Carney votes yes.
Representative Chalesky.
Representative Chalesky votes yes.
Representative Cook.
Representative Cook votes yes.
Can you say that one more time, Representative? We didn't have your camera up.
Representative Cook votes yes.
One more time, say it a bit slower, please.
Cook votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Cooley.
Representative Cooley votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné.
Rep. Dauphiné votes yes.
Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Flexer. Representative Fonsello.
Representative Fonsello votes yes.
Representative Jenga.
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson.
Representative Gibson votes yes.
Representative Haynes.
Representative Haynes votes yes.
Senator Harding. Representative Howard.
Rep. Howard votes yes.
Representative Dominique Johnson.
Representative Dominic Johnson votes yes.
Representative Susan Johnson. Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Maroney. Representative Mara.
Representative Mara votes yes.
Representative McGee.
Representative McGee votes yes.
Senator Miller. Representative Napoli.
Rep. Napoli votes yes.
Representative Paris. Representative Poulos.
Representative Poulos votes yes.
Representative Rader.
Representative Rader votes yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Emmanuel Sanchez. Representative Robert Sanchez.
Representative Robert Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Seminara.
Senator Seminara votes yes.
Representative Smith.
Smith votes yes.
Representative Welander.
Rep. Welander votes yes.
Representative Zupkis.
Representative Zupkis votes yes.
Do we miss anybody online? All right, we will be holding votes open until 5 p.m. So please be sure to get those votes into Rosalie. And as I jumped it a bit too early, this is our last JF meeting of the 2023 session. I know we have a deadline of Monday, but we have finished our business, our regular business for this year. I do want to, well, I'm going to actually let Senator McCrory go first.
I'm just gonna say, first of all, it's been a pleasure working with you guys from both sides of the aisle. I think we got a lot of good things done. We didn't get as many things that we typically get done on our consent calendar, but we got enough done. I think we did a lot of good work working together. With that being said, I want to thank the staff. You know, I've been with you guys for, I've been here for 18 years, and you guys are incredible. Every last one of you, and you know, every last one of you, I'm gonna say your name. John, appreciate all you do. Chris, Mr. Bruin, thank you for all the work you do, all the phone calls you take. Money bags, keep the money flowing. We love it. We love it. Mary Beth, the other Chris, the female version. I appreciate all you do. All you do. Noreen, again, Noreen, appreciate your work and service. You guys over there. Rose, you've been great. You've been great, even though you don't know how to read and write in cursive. and HRC, he knows the HRC, House Republican Caucus. Sam, appreciate you guys. You guys got to talk more in the office. I don't know what's wrong with these. I mean, shut up. I don't know these young people. They don't talk in the office. They come in, they put their headphones. They don't even, I said, do you know this person? Anyway, I get off on a tangent. But yeah, talk to each other. Be social. But anyway, John, also, if I forgot you, I'm gonna come back to you again. Appreciate all your work. And I'm looking forward to doing another year with you guys next year. And thank you. And thank you again. Oh, and I forgot the other lawyer too behind that. Yeah, there you go, Laura. Appreciate you. Go ahead. You can take it from there, Jeff.
All right, Senator Berthel, would you like to offer any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo the same exact comments that my Senate chair did. This committee is I don't know. I think if we look forward to things that we do in the legislature, and I spoke a little bit to this earlier today, but we genuinely try to do the right thing here. We don't always agree on everything. We're not supposed to agree on everything, but it's a great committee. I think we have moved some good ideas, some good concepts to our respective chambers. I would also like to, so thank you all for that, for everyone on the committee. You know, we do have some long public hearings and we always allow everyone to get their 3 minutes in, assuredly, and it keeps us happy and motivated and moving. But I'd also like to just do a special shout out, in addition to the staff that were already named, to our Republican staff, Chris Zav in the Senate Republicans. Thank you, Chris. Sarah Santone, right? Did I say that right? In the House Republicans. You guys are awesome and kept us on the rails when we have a lot of new members on the committee this year, and getting them up to speed and keeping them moving in the right direction was instrumental to us getting to this point in time today. So thank you very much for that. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to add my remarks and thank, first of all, everyone here on both sides of our committee, that we worked in a true bipartisan fashion. And I do want to recognize the leadership of the committees to have allowed so many of our proposals to go through. I will say that Jeff Curry may be one of the most ambitious people that I know. He has such tremendous energy, but he is a great listener. And I know that as we go forward with these proposals, we're going to continue to do the necessary work there. But I'd like to thank all of the staff, all of the committee members, and all of our interested people that come to all of the education committee meetings and sit here with us. It's truly a pleasure to work with this committee, and I can say that I'm delighted that I was appointed to be ranking member again. It gives a true purpose to my life at this very advanced stage that I'm in. And so I would like to thank all of you for all of your camaraderie and for the work that we've done. And I look forward to getting these proposals through in the House. Thank you.
You keep up though, Madam McCarty. So there's no question about that. So yeah, I'll just echo the sentiments of my fellow members of leadership and just really thank first and foremost our nonpartisans. I don't think a lot of folks have the opportunity to kind of work as closely with them as they may like to. And I will tell you that we have one of the greatest, if not the greatest team of folks assembled that make all of us look a whole lot better sometimes than we really look and help to better educate us on a number of the things that we're looking to do. So truly thank you all for the work that you do. To Rosie, who is not only the clerk of the committee, but she's also my legislative aide. So she not only deals with me, but she herds 44 other cats. So we really appreciate all of the work that you do, Rosie. And to Sam, thank you for being there to assist Rosie and everything, and for all of your assistance throughout this process. And to Taha, I don't know if you're upstairs listening, but if you are, thank you as well for what you're doing. In addition to Emily within House Dems, and to both Laura, Stefan, and Maggie Adair from SDE and OEC for their constant and consistent collaboration in all of the work that we are looking to do. Yes, we set an aggressive tone for this legislative session, but I think that we came out immediately wanting to make education one of, if not the top priority for this legislative session for all involved and all included. So again, thank you all for your time, your commitment, and the work. And we will stand in recess until 5 o'clock when votes will be held open, and we will adjourn. Have a great night.
Hi, Rosalie. Can I put in my last few votes? One moment. Hello, everyone. Hi, Rosalie. Can everyone hear me all right? Yep. Let me just make sure. I have my sound on. Okay, sorry about that. I had to get the folks who are still in the room. Rep Haynes. Yeah, we missed you.
1096,
Okay.
5003.
So Rep Haynes, how would you like to vote on SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process? Yes. Okay. How about 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut? Yes.
B1.
SB1, transparency in education? No. I'm here to vote. Let me just wrap up with Rep Haynes. Yeah. 6759, an act concerning early childhood? No. Yeah. SB 11 is 1198, an act implementing the recommendations of the school indoor air quality working group? Yes. SB 1094, an act concerning the implementation of reading models or programs? Yes.
1098. Yeah.
I think you're all set, Rep Haynes. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. You too. I will be right back. We have a couple more folks in the room here.
Rosalie, can you see me?
I see you.
Okay, I keep losing service, so I'm just trying to figure out what the heck's going on.
You're there. I think she's doing the room first.
I need to walk into a wake, so.
Hi, Rep Cook.
Hi, Rosalie.
Let's see what you missed here.
Number 1096.
1096.
Yeah, how would you
I
like to
vote-
vote?
I vote no.
Okay.
And then all the rest of them, I vote yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Of
Thank you. Thanks for accommodating.
course. Going back to the room for one more person. Sorry, everyone. I think he's in my room. My belly hurts so bad today.
Can we go look at the guinea pigs? You guys want to see guinea pigs? Just be careful. Hey, you're in charge. Listen to me. You're in charge. Handle them, okay? You should use the plastic ones, honey, the blue ones. Yeah, I use the paper one.
You need 3 bottles.
3 waters? Oh my goodness. So Mary came too?
Sorry about that. Rep Daphne. So,
Hi.
how are you doing today?
Sorry, which one did I miss?
I think it was. Uh, 1094, an act concerning the implementation of reading models or programs.
Yeah, thank you. Rep Daphne votes no.
Uh, 1098, an act concerning public education in the state.
No. Rep Daphne votes no.
Thank you.
6762.
HB 6762, an act concerning schools.
Rep Daphne votes no.
1199.
SB 1199, an act concerning equity in education.
1199. Rep Daphne votes no.
And that's it. All right, you're all set, Rep Daphne.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course, have a good weekend. Okay, let's go to Rep Kennedy. You just popped up on my screen, so we'll go to you.
Hi, Rosalie. Thank you.
No problem. So how would you like to vote on SB 1096?
Yes, Kennedy votes yes.
That might be it. Let me just double check. Oh,
Did you get me on SB 1098?
yes, 1098. How would you like to vote?
No.
And 6762?
No.
Okay, you're all set.
That's it. All right. Have a wonderful weekend, Rosalie. Thank you.
No
Bye-bye.
problem. All right, Rep Gibson.
Hi, Rosalie.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. So you missed, SB 1096.
Yes.
HB 5003.
Yes.
SB 1198.
Yes.
SB 1094.
Yes.
SB 1098.
Yes.
HB 6762.
Yes.
And that's it.
That's it. Thank you, Rosalie.
No problem. Have a good weekend.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Hi, Rosalie.
Hi, Senator. Can you wait one moment? I think Rep. Candelaria has been waiting for a bit.
I have to go up. Hold on, Rosalie.
What was that, Senator?
Hey, Rosalie.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That's good to hear.
Okay, let me find what you missed here.
And I miss a couple.
SB 1.
Yes.
HB 6759.
Yes.
SB 1198.
Yes.
And SB 1094.
Yes.
Great. And you are all set.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Take care.
Sorry.
Yes,
Okay,
Senator.
what do we have? Hello, Rosalie.
HB 5003.
HB 500. Yeah, yes.
SB 1.
Yes.
HB 6759.
No.
SB 1199.
Yes.
And the consent calendar. I can read off all the bills on it if you'd like me to.
Hold on. I'm trying to get the agenda, pull the agenda back up.
No problem.
All right, what's on the agenda?
So on the consent calendar, we had
I mean, the
SB.
consent calendar.
Yeah, no worries. We had SB 1197, SB 1200, SB 1201, HB 6757, HB 6883, HB 6879, HB 6880, and HB 6882.
Yes.
Okay, and you're all set.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Thank you
You
for all your
too.
help.
No problem. All right, Senator Kushner. Senator Kushner, are you there? No. Hi, Representative.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
So, we missed your vote on HB 5003.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
HB 6759.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the bill?
HB 6759.
Okay, yeah, Representative Sanchez votes yes.
SB 1198.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
SB 1094.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
SB 1098.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
HB 6762.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
SB 1199.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
And the consent calendar with SB 1197, SB 1200, SB 1201, HB 6757, HB 6883, HB 6879, HB 6880, and HB 6882.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Great, you're good.
All right, have a good weekend. Take care.
You too. Okay, so sorry about missing one of your votes.
Yes. Oh,
How would you like to vote on SB 1096?
Rosalie, I'm sorry, you talking to me?
Yes, Senate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought someone else was speaking.
no.
1096,
Mhm.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Great, thank you, and so sorry to make you come back on.
No, that's okay. I'm glad I was available.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Hi, Representative. Rep. Rader, I think we only missed you on SB 1094.
That's so weird because I was there for everything. So I guess you didn't record it because I was there for the whole meeting. Okay.
Yeah, it might have been, it just didn't go through. It seemed like your internet connection might have been a bit.
Okay, no problem. I'm Rep. Rader votes yes. It's 1094. Okay, yep, that's it.
Yeah. All right, have a great weekend.
Can I ask you a really quick question while I have you?
Yeah, what's up?
Just the dummy bills. So like, for example, I mean, maybe this is more for the chairs to ask them, but we had the financial literacy bill and it just didn't make its way. So is that something that could get slotted into a dummy bill or is that just, yeah, something like that?
It could always get slid into a dummy bill or put into one of the other bills that already has language, as an amendment or
Yeah,
something.
that's
for
what I thought. Okay, all right, I'll talk to Rep Curry. All right, thanks so much, Rosalie. Thanks for all
No
your work.
problem.
I appreciate you.
course.
Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
Great weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Rosalie?
Yes, Senator.
Hi, Rosalie. It's Senator Kushner. I didn't know if I'd already voted on everything.
We have you down for everything.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you for a minute.
Oh, no problem. We have you for everything.
Oh, you do, because I thought I missed.
Yeah,
it,
you're
but
all set.
I think it ended up on the consent calendar, so thank you.
All right, no problem. Have a
Have
good
a-
weekend. Thanks.
Rosalie, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What did we miss for person? There were a couple. I'll just. So would you like me to read titles as well, or are you good with just the numbers?
Titles would be great for me. Thank
Okay.
you.
Of course. SB 1096, an act concerning the charter school approval process.
Yes.
Okay. 5003, an act concerning education funding in Connecticut.
Yes.
SB 1199, an act concerning equity in education.
Yes.
And the consent calendar with, is it okay if I just read the numbers for this one, or do you want the full titles?
No. You can read the numbers for those.
Okay. So on consent, there's SB 1197, SB 1200, SB 1201, HB 6757, HB 6883, HB 6879, HB 6880, and HB 6882.
Yes to all, or yes to the consent calendar.
Great. And you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
So everyone's got-